Side, light this bitch up.
Make every exam your moment with Chegg. Keep a study partner in your pocket with support customized to your courses, including expert-made practice tests, flashcards, step-by-step solutions and video breakdowns. Subscribe to Chegg and we'll help guide you from your first day to your final exam. Learn there's no limit to what you can do.
That bitch you call your wifey, that's my dog, ayy. What she doing would excite me, that's my dog, ayy. You on her couch, ain't got no cash, you a dog, ayy. She keep on putting up your half, you a dog, ayy. If that hoe can't take it home, dog, ayy. Fuck you right and have one road, dog, ayy. She left your side when shit got real, dog, ayy. If he can't put up on a bill, dog, ayy. Okay, 10 racks in this ball, man. When you getting chicken, that shit open up some doorway. Listen, I'm not tripping off your bitch, I have.
This is my state, this is my team. You know what that means. This is for the black and blue that I bleed. This is for the chance to bring home that ring. But everybody gonna doubt this. So far there ain't been another way around it. We bring heat to the game each week. They just say we ain't got what it takes, we ain't bout it. Well, y'all can just keep saying that we ain't gonna make it. But at the end of the day, this will be the Panthers nation. You know, this ain't a game to us major players at every angle that you can think of. That's why you hate us. Get out the way of greatness. You can look at our faces and see the blood, sweat, and tears that it took to create this. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but you can save it. Cause even on the darkest of days, you know we're always gonna find a way to tell them what we gonna do, we gotta
Okay, folks. Here we go. It is a very, very close game that we just saw. And we'll get started here in just a moment. Just real quick, I want to give a quick shout out to Grayson, Pamela, and Lee, as well as Adam, who are checking out the Facebook stream right now. That's what we got to do, is we got to keep pounding. You know? Hold on, the chat's being really weird right now. It's not letting me see the messages. Okay, yeah. Sam's got to get the ball out quicker. Okay. I see that message. Thank you. Thank you very much. The intro song, you can find that on the internet, is the 2017 Keep Pounding song that was put out a while back, but I still think it's an oldie but a goodie. Shout out to Will Weber and Michelle for checking out the Facebook stream right now. As of right now, I am currently trying to get into my Snapchat so I can show you guys what the Panthers posted. I'll be right with you guys here in just a moment. We'll get started. So, a close game here. close but no cigar. You know, I thought it was going to be exactly what it was. And I was not disappointed. You know, you watch this team for long enough, you kind of get the clues about specific things that are going on with it, with this team, specific patterns, and we're going to talk about those patterns in a few minutes here. So give me just 1 minute. I guess it's not. I guess it's not gonna let me in there. Whatever. I'll just read you the quote once I'm able to pull it up. So it's being weird like that. I apologize. This is one of the few times I have not fully prepared going into a stream. This happens every once in a blue moon, but y'all already know though. That's just how I roll. Sometimes I'm not prepared, sometimes I am. Hey, shout out to Paul. I appreciate you, man. Welcome on in. I could have sworn that was the password I was using. I guess not. Okay. Before we get started, hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment below if you feel like doing so. Head on over to the Facebook page, keep pounding in all caps, hit that join button, request a join button, and I will add you in. So interesting game today. A lot going on that we need to discuss with this game, and we will do so very, very soon. It is not taking my passwords. Ladies and gentlemen, yet another password situation. God, passwords are the bane of my existence. I swear. Urgh. Blast it. Oh, come on, man. For whatever reason, it's not working, but I would really, really love to log into my... Why? Why does this login system hate me? Oh, forget it. Forget it. It's just not worth it. Alright. You know what? I was going to have a catchy, awesome, nice thing to talk about, but apparently Snapchat decides, no, we're not going to do that today. Alright, fine. Have it your way, Snapchat. God. I did see something that I really liked that I wanted to talk about, but anyway, well. No, it's Instagram, and it's Instagram. My bad. What am I doing today? What am I doing? This game had me all out of sorts, and that's why I'm kind of like not in my full mode right now. All right. So what I need, I need the Panthers Instagram. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right. Alrighty. We're in business. Okay. Let's get this thing started. What's up, Rashawn? Welcome to the Facebook stream. We don't have anybody in the YouTube one yet, but we will. So, this game was exactly what I thought it would be. I told you guys that we would lose by probably 7 points, or within 4, somewhere around that range, and I was pretty much correct. But that's a good thing. Hear me out, folks. This is a good thing. We are still on track for 10 wins. Even if we couldn't pull this one off, we came dangerously close. And that should send a message to the rest of the teams on our schedule that we are not to be trifled with. And, I've never been that person that's like, well, yeah, a loss is a loss type deal, I see it as a learning opportunity. And I'll show y'all what I mean. And props to the Panthers social media team for posting this, man, because y'all are the real ones right now. Y'all always put up something that's really, really cool. Read this banner right here. As long as you're learning, you're not failing. Yes, sir. Props to the Panthers social media team right there. Love it. Love it. As long as we're learning, we're not failing. As long as we came that close, we are not failing. We are learning, ladies and gentlemen. We learned a ton about this team today. And we learned exactly where we stand, what our problems are, how to fix them, and exactly where this road is going to take us. We learned exactly which door we're going through. And we're going through the 10-win door, which is good. That's fine. We were this close to going through the other door. Can you guys imagine? Can you guys imagine a Panthers team that would be 14-0 going into the Bills game? We were this close. But that score reflected exactly what I thought it would be. And, I can't be mad at this at all. Matter of fact, I'm proud of this team. We put up a really, really good fight today against a very, very tough Cowboys team. That offensive line of Dallas's really shut down our pass rush today. And I'm impressed. When I first looked at that offensive line, I thought, okay, well, maybe this is a top 15 offensive line. But then when we got into the game and they started shutting down our pass rush, I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. This is a top 5 offensive line right here that we're facing against. They were severely underrated and not respected enough. People were dead quiet about the Cowboys this year, as they should be. I really do think this Cowboys team is going to do really well this year. I think they could take the division. It's going to be a tough fight, but I think they could take it. You know, I got to eat some crow on a few things, and I'm going to start with Ezekiel Elliott. I said that this man would not get past 60 yards. I was wrong. I'm eating crow on that one. I said that Anthony Brown was weak. I'm eating crow on that one. You know, I thought there was a weakness there. I was dead wrong. He started doing some swats, man, and we just could not get that ball any further on that side of the field. And I don't know what it was that motivated Anthony Brown, but whatever it was, that man kicked it into high gear and started swatting some balls down today. So, props to him. It's not like we ran out of. Let me kind of go through what I saw today, and then I'll read some of these messages because I want y'all to know what I saw. What I saw, number one, was that we didn't stop the run. And that's what killed us today. That's the one thing that killed us today. If we had stopped that run game and made Dak one-dimensional, that takes a touchdown off the board. If Justin Burris had been on that field, that takes away a sixth of the rushing yards that you see right now. Or that you're going to see on the stat sheet. That I can tell you right now, and it takes away a touchdown. Because he would have helped out Chandler out there, and he would have helped out Jeremy Chin. Now, that still leaves us with a 1-point deficit. Which means we still did something wrong. And I'll tell you exactly what it was. Do you guys remember that 53-yard field goal attempt that we tried? That should have been a punt. I almost said no to that 4th and 1 that we tried in our own field. Our own side of the field. I almost said no to that. That was a real gamble. So, based on the amount of blitzes at that point in the game, I almost said no to that. And I thought, okay, well, punt, defense is doing okay. We'll be all right. We are giving up some passes. We are giving up a few runs, but, not enough to be concerned. But it's that third quarter, man. It's that third quarter when we got lazy on defense. That's when it happened. And I warned y'all that was going to happen. I warned y'all we don't do well in the third quarter. You can look back at our history under Matt Rule, and you can see every third quarter, that defense is out on the field way too long. And it dates back even back into Ron Rivera's time, too. We still haven't solved that problem yet. I thought we solved it last week, but again, that's the Texans. So you can't exactly, come on. It's the Texans. It's a depleted Texans team. So you can't exactly take that and run with it, per se. I thought both quarterbacks were sitting in that pocket and just looked confident as heck today. I mean, there was nothing you could do to shake Dak. There was nothing you could do to shake Sam Darnold today. Both of them looked like they were ready to rock and roll throughout the entire game, even after all the blitzes. And what that tells me is that Sam Darnold is starting to trust that offensive line. All right. He's starting to trust that offensive line, which is a good thing. Can I give some props to that O-line today because they took a beating today. And they kept going. You know, I haven't seen the O-line take that much of a beating and play that well in a long time. It's been a minute. So, props to every one of them. You know, I did say that Cameron Irving would get exposed. I was kind of wrong on that one, but he did give up a sack. So, you know, give the man some props. He handled his business for 4 whole quarters. He did give up that 1 sack, but that's okay. You know, honestly, what I blame that sack on is the fact that we did not have a check down man sitting in the middle of the field. Now, if you guys were watching the stream last night, I mentioned when I was looking at the Cowboys and Eagles game, I noticed that space was wide open when they get into man coverage. And sure enough, they got into man coverage and they started blitzing everybody up the middle. There were 6 or 7 people in the box, every time they blitzed. The time it took those blitzers to get to Sam Darnold, he could have checked it down to a running back. And sure enough, you saw it in the 4th quarter. We started doing it, and it opened up our offense. I told you. I called that one right from the beginning, way before even kickoff. I was watching that one very, very closely. And the fact that it took Joe Brady that long to pick that up concerns me. And it should concern all of us. Yeah, Sam did well. I'm proud of Sam as well. I was very pleased with it. With his performance, I thought he was throwing some darts. You know, I cannot even complain about Sam Darnold at all. He did well. Yes, he did throw those 2 picks, but if you consider the blitz and how nasty that blitz was, where if we had solved that blitz problem, we wouldn't have to worry about interceptions. You know, he wouldn't have thrown a single one. And I was just sitting there like, really? Really? This is what we're doing? You know, it took us this long to realize that we should have been checking this ball down right over to the middle of the field. That's what bothers me. Joe, come on, man. Better late than never. I'll say that. Better late than never. Because we were able to get back in this game in the 4th quarter once he figured it out. And I was just screaming at the TV during the 3rd quarter. I'm telling you, I was. I was like, why are we not checking this ball down to Chuba or Royce? Why? The simple answer is, we don't know. Joe just had a brain fart. That's what I attribute it to. He had a brain fart. He just didn't get it. The light bulb did not go on. And fair enough, you know, it takes a little bit sometimes for these coordinators to figure stuff like this out. It's fine. You don't expect them to get it right away. But it took them 3 drives to figure it out. That's what concerns me. 3 drives that were dead. 2 interceptions, by the way. That could have been prevented. All because of Joe Brady. Not figuring it out in time. And I mean, this is the NFL. It's not college. You got to think quicker on your feet. You know, I don't expect you. Nobody expects you to just get it right away. Nobody expects that in the NFL. But it's much quicker in the NFL than it is in college. You can survive for 3 drives in college and not figure something out. And be like, well, okay, we could sit on the defense for a little bit, that's fine for a quarter. And in college, that's okay if you got a strong enough defense. But in the NFL, when you're playing a tough team like the Cowboys, that does not work. You got to be quicker. You got to say, boom, 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 boom. This is what we're doing. You know? And it can take a drive. It can take 2 drives. That's okay. But not 3 or more. That's where you get in trouble. Because once you go past 2 drives, that's 10 minutes of defensive time on the clock, on the field. That's not good. That's my main concern right there. Now, we've already talked about Chandler. We've already talked about how that man is a total liability out there. Chandler's garbage. Unless you're talking run stops, this man is totally pointless to have on the field. He'll make tackles for you, but we got 3 or 4 other people that can do the same thing he's doing right now, sitting in our waiting list, so to speak. Our practice squad, as they call it in the NFL. Why are we dependent on him? We just brought up Kenny Robinson. Why are we not using Kenny Robinson in those situations? That's what I don't understand. And at that point in the game, Jeremy Chin was just tired. This dude was just worn out. He had to do everybody's job out there because everybody was tired. And I don't really blame him for that touchdown. But if you look at that specific play one more time, look over to your left. Who do you notice that is just standing there in La La Land, not doing anything? That's right, Sean Chandler. Wake up. Do you exist? Do you have blood pumping through your veins? Do something. That's the type of stuff that makes me upset. Because that's the stuff that I was watching for game after game after game of Trey Boston doing the same doggone things. This is Trey Boston 2.0 and it's a liability. I'm calling it right now as I see it. And it's really pissing me off as a Panthers YouTuber. I don't know what it's going to take for the management to figure this out. Maybe we don't have anybody better, but we certainly don't have anybody worse on our defense right now. He is the liability. And Melvin, too. Melvin's a little bit better than he is. And to the point of Melvin will actually stop the yards after the catch. As I said many times, he did just that on film today. So I don't know what else you're expecting from these two guys other than what they're putting out there. A trash player is going to be trash. A liability is going to be a liability. You either do something about it or you don't, as a coach. So this is on Matt Rule. I don't know how much longer we can sit on this, but this is starting to feel like the 2014 Panthers where we had Trey Boston just lollygagging around, and he got away with so much crap on the field. If you look back, Imagine how many plays this man took off when he was back there. And now we're seeing the same thing from Chandler. Reality check, do something. It's not. It takes 7 points off the board if you take that man out of certain situations. It's not hard to figure out. That's 7 points we should not have had on the board against Dallas. Take away the 2 picks. The 2 picks don't matter. It's still a 1-point Dallas lead, right? At the end of it. Right where I thought we would be. We put Burris in there when he gets healthy. We are in good shape. And it still hides what Chandler is not getting done. All right, so that's the way I see it. Now, I'm going to go and look through these comments here. And just see what I see. Let's see. All right, Sam has to get rid of the ball faster. All right, here's the problem with that. He was getting the ball off just fine. That blitz, I know we need to clock those blitzes. That's what we need to do. Does anybody have a way to clock those blitzes? Because I want that. And how long it took Sam to get that ball out of there during that game. I guarantee you it took them that long to get to Sam because the O-line was that brick wall today. For that long. And you can't ask them to do any more than they did today. You can't ask them. They did everything they were supposed to do today. And you can't blame a sack, on a blitz. You can't do that. Because there's only 5 linemen. If they bring a 6th lineman, up through the middle or a safety on a blitz, the only person you can blame is the running back for not picking up that blitz, and he's not even supposed to really do that. That's not even really his job. So you can't blame a sack on a blitz. You can't do that. But if somebody lets go of their block like Cameron Irving did on that one play, sure you can. But that was just one play. 1 sack. That's all they got. Think about that. Compare that to the offensive lines of past. Compare that to what we had before. That is a dramatic improvement on our offensive line. I'm ecstatic on that one. Wow. I'm hesitant to say we solved our offensive line problem yet, but that is a very, very good start. I will say that right now. I'm ecstatic over the progress that we made. And yeah, like I said, Irving was the one I pointed out, and he was the one that gave up the 1 sack. But what did he do for the rest of that time on the field? Think about that, folks. Maybe I misjudged Irving. Maybe I did. We won't know for sure until we play the Bills in Tampa Bay. But right now, I feel like this offensive line is riding high. None of those guys got totally exposed at all. Which is what I was expecting to happen, was one of them was going to get exposed. And it didn't happen. And I was like, okay, let's run this offense then. Let's open this playbook up. Sam trusts his line. Let's go. Let's do this. All we need is a little check down pass and we're in business. I feel like we're on the way. That check down pass allowed our offense to open up, and we got 7 more than we normally wouldn't have. And they followed the scouting report when they saw it. Just like I did. I threw that scouting report at you before this game ever started. So I saw it before kickoff. So I do want my credit for that one. I think, I'm not even mad at the defense, really, for that third quarter. They were on the field way too long. I can't really get mad at that. Or be frustrated by that. When the offense can't figure it out, that we need a check down pass, and it domino effects to the fact that we can't get anything going on 3 separate drives. That domino effects towards 2 interceptions, which puts the defense on the field way too long, which means 10 minutes of time of possession for the defense to be on the field. That's not good. I'll be right back, folks. Alright, sorry about that. I had somebody video calling me. I'm going to message him right now and tell him I'm streaming. Hold up. But yeah. It's a domino effect no matter what you do on the field. It's all one big domino effect. I'm going to show you what I mean in just a minute. That's just one example. Alright, so going back to this social media post here, as long as you're learning, you're not failing. And I think that sums up today perfectly. It really, really does. Because what did we learn today? Number 1, our defensive tackles kind of got overhyped a little bit. That's okay. They're still really, really good. Second thing we learned today is that this offensive line is sturdy. It withstood a lot of blitz plays. And we only saw 1 sack. Third thing, we were able to adjust to the scouting reports. We were able to get creative with the offensive gameplay, which showed me that Joe can do this. He's capable of it. Number 4 thing we learned, which is pretty much what we already knew. Sean Chandler and Melvin are the problem on defense. Number 5, our pass rush is good, but they faced a very, very sturdy, probably a top 5 Cowboys offensive line, which slowed them down. We weren't able to get there as much as we wanted to. And there was a guy that was in our chat last night. I think it was Cade McDonald. I don't know for sure, but I think it was Cade, who was feeding us some info on that offensive line, saying that the center was the weakness, but everybody else was strong. That intel proved to be very, very true. Shaq was able to get through that that center and shut down a draw play. It looked like a draw play at first, but it was actually the quarterback that was holding the ball. So, give this man his credit. He had good intel. So I appreciate you for throwing that out there. And yeah, it's stuff that everybody pretty much knows. Just like the stuff that I'm throwing out here in the stream is just stuff that you can obviously look up in the stats, and you can look while you're watching the games. You can notice this stuff. It's not a secret. The secret is the actual play calling. That's what we're not featuring on this channel. On both the offense and the defense. That's what we're not featuring. Because we don't want to give away the farm. You know what I'm saying? I could obviously talk on those things, but I don't want to give away the farm on stream. Because I know that people watch this stream from other teams. And I don't want them to give away secrets. But, the obvious weaknesses are the obvious weaknesses. And we know now what we need to do to fix them. It's obvious. And I'll say this too. Dak Prescott is who he is. He's like Aaron Rodgers. He's like Tom Brady. He's going to pick apart any weaknesses that you have, passing-wise. If you have a weak corner, he's going to expose them. If you have a weak linebacker, he's going to expose that. And yeah, I'll get to the fumbles in just a minute here. Thank you, David Screws. I appreciate you bringing that up. But yeah, Dak is who he is. And we expected, if your defense is on the field way too long, Dak is going to expose even more. When your defense is on the field for 10 minutes of a third quarter, which has been our pattern, over the past 2+ years, he's going to take full advantage of that. And the one part he could not take advantage of was Dante Jackson. Dante Jackson was absolutely playing his best ball today. I mean, he looked like a shutdown corner if I've ever seen one today. This is one of his better games. Every time that ball was thrown over there, swat. It's like, no, sir. No, sir. He got those tackles right before they got to the line. I mean, this dude was playing like he was hungry today. That's predator ball right there. That's what I've been talking about on these streams. When I say be a predator, that is the definition of being a predator. Dante was a predator today. Give that man his props. Give that man his props. I loved it. All right, so let me kind of go through this YouTube chat here, and we'll go piece by piece, shall we? And kind of address everything. I do want to get to the fumbles, though, while David Screws is in here. The fumbles. The fumbles, I thought those were the correct calls. Unfortunately, those were the correct calls. The rest were fair and balanced today. Up until the second half, really. There were a few calls I didn't agree with, but, take it or leave it. That's how I feel about that. Take it or leave it. But the fumbles, yes. The second one should have been challenged. But the problem is the rule book. it prevents you from challenging because it's forward progress. So we kind of got screwed twice by forward progress rule. Not by the refs, but by the rule itself. Make that plainly clear. Because if that rule had not been in place, we would have had 2 fumbles coming our direction. You know, I truly believe that. Do I agree with that rule? For the most part, yes. I feel like that rule is a good one, and it should be in place. Do I feel like you should challenge it? Yes. That's the thing. That's the only part of it I don't agree with. You need to be able to challenge that. And I'd like to see them change that in the rule books if they would. Yeah, the first one was not a fumble. His knee hit that ground. Second one, yes, it was definitely a fumble. And should have been challenged. So I kind of wanted to go through that and make sure that people understood, you know. Matter of fact, would y'all like me to go into the NFL rulebook and kind of look up that rule so you guys better understand it? Because I could do that. Or you want me to keep going on with something else? You know what? I'm gonna do it. On forward progress. Okay. Alright, so NFL says this. The forward progress of a runner or airborne receiver is the point at which his advance toward the opponent's goal ends and is the spot at which the ball is declared dead by rule. Introspective of the runner or receiver being pushed or carried backward by an opponent. Now, the important thing here, and the reason they put this rule in place, is this last part of this. Irrespective of the runner or receiver being pushed or carried backward by an opponent. Now, these players were stopped at the point of contact. They did not make any more forward progress. You know, they weren't being pushed backwards or carried backwards. They were just stopped. Therefore, that is forward progress and by rule correct. David Screw says, in my opinion, the player is not down. It's a fumble. Correct. If the player is not down, it is a fumble. But the thing is, the player was down. In the first one. So therefore, it was stopped. That was the correct call by NFL rule. The second one, that's where, by NFL rule, it should have been a fumble. But the refs didn't call it that way, and you should be able to challenge that. But by rule, right now, you cannot. So, thus, that is why we had no fumble recoveries. As much as I wish that was one of ours, you know, the second one, I got no problem with the first one, but the second one should have been ours. You know, and I also want to point out while we're talking about coaching, I was not happy with the fact that we had to spend 3 timeouts on stupid things. that we should not have to spend timeouts for. This is ridiculous. Protecting these players, I'm telling you, they're never going to learn unless they take these penalties. They're just not. You know, you look back at there was a certain Dallas wide receiver, which y'all know who it is. I don't need to mention his name, but he got away with so much crap because the coaches kept protecting him. And it made me very, very frustrated because, you know, if you protect these guys and baby them for long enough, they're never going to learn anything. And Matt Rule ran out of timeout, so we had to take the delay of game penalty. Well, guess what? We shouldn't have had to take a delay of game penalty because Sam Darnold needs to get that ball snapped quicker. He needs to learn this. You know, I mean, it's once a game it happens. So let the man learn it. Let him learn his lesson. You know, it's 5 yards, right? In a major game-winning drive, okay, I can see where a timeout would be halfway warranted in that situation. But for the rest of the game, don't baby your players. Just don't. It never works out well. Just don't. They never learn. They'll keep doing the same crap as long as they know they can get away with it, and your coach will keep spending timeouts to protect you. All right, so let's go through these comments a little bit here. Defense ran out of steam after the first half. They were on the field too long. Point blank, they were on the field too long. And it's going to show up in the stat sheet. We're going to take a look at that real quick. Before we look at any other stats on here, I want to see the time of possession in the third quarter. For specifically that reason. Do we have, okay, third quarter. There's second quarter. Where's third? Here it is. Okay. All right, so the Cowboys were on the field from 12:49 to 10:49. All right, so that's 2 minutes. Cowboys were on the field from 9:10 to 7:21. That's another 2 minutes. That's 4 total. Give or take a few seconds. And then they got back on the field for another 3.5. Needless to say, that's a whole 10 minutes we're looking at right here. 7 to 10 minutes. It's too long. It's too long. You know, I'm not happy with it. There it is. 6.5 minutes. Okay. 6.5 minutes of defense in the third quarter. That's better than I expected, but I still don't like it. I'm going to be real with you. I still don't like it because that means 3 dead drives. So essentially, we went that first drive of the third quarter. Okay, we did okay, and we got to the Dallas 36. The next time we got the ball, this could obviously see it because we went from first down, second down, third down, fourth down, punt. Next drive, first down, third down, fourth down, punt. Somehow we got that first down right there on the 4th and 1. That was when we were not supposed to be getting that first down and trying that on our own 34. And then we go second down, third down, interception to Dallas. We get the ball again. First down, second down, third down, interception. Come on. For 8.5 minutes, 8.5 minutes, you don't think we couldn't have figured out that we needed to check that ball down to a running back after you see 7 or 8 people in a box every single play? Come on, Joe. Better late than never, though. That's all I got to say. Better late than never. This first drive of the fourth quarter, that's when he figured it out. But the fact that it took an entire quarter, an entire 8.5 minutes, is not good. I would have followed that scouting report right from the gate. I would have been trying those check down passes right out of the first quarter. Because maybe not. Maybe not. I would have waited for the blitzes probably. And then broke them out. Because we were doing okay up until then. So, maybe you wait for the blitzes and the 7 people in the box once they figure out, we're throwing at medium and a few deep balls, and they get comfortable and they think, well, now we know that they can't hit the deep ball, so we just got to guard medium range and load the box. So that's what they started doing. And when you have 2 dead drives like that turn into interceptions, plus the 3 and out, it technically should have been a 3 and out, but we got the 4th down conversion. That's way too long for the defense to be out on the field. And of course, they're going to be tuckered out. They're going to give up points. That's what's going to happen. When you went into halftime, you could clearly see that the defensive line from Dallas was starting to win that trench war. They were slowly starting to win that trench war on the line. But it is a 60-40 win percentage-wise. Up until that third quarter when they started loading the box. And that's when you saw the Cameron Irving sack. Everything connects to each other. Everything connects. So, my thought is, that defense stayed on the field way too long. That's exactly what the answer to that statement is right there. Panthers look like a fighting team. You guys ran out of steam. Okay. Here's a comment about Anthony Brown just had a good game, but he is a liability. I don't know. I think he's a little better than you think he is, Cade. Take a second look at him. Because he was swatting some balls today. Now, granted, these were predictable routes. by DJ and Robbie when he did swat these things, but he had seen them already, and DJ and Robbie had gotten a catch on those before, so he's learning. So I would say give him time. I wouldn't write this guy off too much. You needed to stop the run and then the play action. The play action, I don't think we were going to be able to stop anyway, regardless. We were not getting anybody past that line. Not anybody. So, you can cross the play action off the list. Our secondary will handle that. As long as we get enough pressure on Dak to make him force some bad throws, our secondary can handle the rest. It's the running plays. That's what killed us. That's the only box we didn't check off in this game. That's the only one. We accomplished every other goal besides that. But that running game is what killed us. And it shows up in the stats. So, we had a total of 245 yards given up rushing. Now, like I said, I think I overhyped these defensive tackles a little bit. They're pretty good. They're pretty good still. Don't overlook them. Because if you overlook them, you're going to get hurt. And that's exactly what the Eagles are going to do next week. They're going to overlook them, and they're going to see that 245 and they're going to think, well, these defensive tackles are a little weaker than we thought they were. Let's run Sanders up the middle. Watch what happens. Less than 70 yards. I'm calling it. All right, so that's actually a good thing going into next week that we can take with us. Take out of a bad situation, right? But Zeke had 143 yards. That's where I got to eat some crow, man. I thought for sure those defensive tackles would hold him to 60, but he's Zeke. What can we say, man? 7.2 average and 1 touchdown. He was ripping off some big gains. And, props to him. He's a lot better running back than I give him credit for. I thought he was really good, but, not quite on the great level, per se. And I thought maybe if we could start attacking him a little bit, those numbers would go down. But nah, he's Zeke. He's Zeke. Come on. What I didn't expect was Pollard coming in there with a 6.7 average with 67 yards. That's not good. And what made it even more questionable was the fact that Dak Prescott had 4 runs up the middle for like 8.8 yards. Or I think it was outside runs, wasn't it? It was outside runs. Off of the play actions. I could be wrong. I'd have to double check that and watch the film again, but Dak was ripping off a couple of gains there. I didn't like that either. But yeah, this is Dak numbers when he's under pressure right here. He's still gonna rip off 4 touchdowns and 188 yards, regardless of the fact that he's only 14 for 22. He's still gonna rip off those yards for you. So it's the yards after the catch. I'm telling you, it is one of the most important stats in NFL football. People they overlook it all the time. But those numbers right there prove it. 188, even though you're 14 for 22. That's how good these wide receivers are in Dallas. And I warned y'all about these guys. I warned y'all about CD, and I warned you about the other one. And I also warned you about Schultz. 6 catches out of 8 targets for 58 yards and a touchdown. Didn't I say when they started targeting Dante's side of the field and figure out they can't throw it there, they're going to go to CD? Well, CD caught 2 catches for 5 out of 5 targets, 13 yards. 7 is the longest. So then, where does Dak go? He goes to Cooper, he goes to Wilson. Which I estimated this exact result right here. Where they would both get targeted about 2 or 3 times. And they both put up some yards. I wasn't sure which one was the better one out of the two. But now we know. Cooper, 3 for 3 targets, 69 yards, 1 touchdown. Wilson, 2 for 2, 30 yards, 1 touchdown. And if you somehow manage to successfully take away those targets, you still got to deal with Schultz. And Schultz by himself can average about 7 yards a catch. You know, and gain you about anywhere from between 2 yards to probably 7 or 8. Because he's a big tight end. So, you don't want Schultz to get that many targets, otherwise you're going to get hurt. You can double team him all you want, but it ends up being like Gronk. If you double team him, it puts somebody else on an island. It's not good. And that's what made Tampa Bay so good for as long as they have been. That's what made New England so good for as long as they have been, because they serve you specifically. So, and when you double up the wide receivers, then your tight ends get wide open, right? And it's dangerous to leave some of these tight ends open like that, one-on-one, versus a linebacker, versus a safety, versus a free safety. It's dangerous because these guys can get yards after the catch. They're built for it. And these managements draft these guys knowing this full well when they go scouting for these guys. So it becomes very, very challenging to find a way to stop these guys before they get these yards after the catch. This is why yards after the catch matters that much. And we're going to move on here to the next comment. Matt Rule and his clock management is killing us. All right. I'm going to actually throw a rebuttal at that one. We wasted 3 timeouts on stupid stuff that should have been penalties. One of them was a delay of game, which you all are quite aware of. One of them, he just wanted to talk to Sam Darnold about something. When it was completely unnecessary. Maybe somebody was lined up wrong or something. But all 3 of these timeouts were used in the second half to protect somebody. So by the time we got into the fourth quarter, we're sitting there with no timeouts. And we're wondering what the heck is going on with the clock management. I'll tell you why we wasted all our timeouts. It's quite obvious. Come on. If we even have one of those timeouts, we could at least stop the clock and let our defense rest. so that they can come back out there fresh and take care of business on that last drive that the Cowboys had. Maybe they would have stopped that 3rd and 1 after the 2-minute warning. You don't know. You don't know. That's why you need these timeouts. You don't need to be wasting them on stupid stuff. Now, if we're using them for challenges that are legitimate, by all means. If it's a legitimate challenge and it needs to be thrown, throw it out there. You got my approval. You don't need the fans' approval for that one. Now, if it's not an actionable challenge, and you're just wasting your challenge, then yeah, I gotta dock you grade-wise on that one. Sorry. I gotta do it. I mean, it's a waste of a timeout. I hate wasted timeouts. Do you guys remember back when I started this channel, the same year I started this channel, Ron Rivera? Oh, don't even get me started on that year. Oh, God. The amount of timeouts this man wasted was ridiculous. I was literally screaming at my TV, pissed off at the amount of wasted timeouts that this man used. And it cost us at least 4 games this season. Just on that reason alone. Not even having anything to do with the players, but just that reason alone. That irritated me to no end. So, I don't want to see us go back into that pattern again. And I don't think Matt Rule will ever go back into that type of a pattern. I think we'll be okay there. Moving on. Christopher Kelton. New guy in our chat here. I think this guy's a Dallas fan. Offensive line is garbage. No, he's a Panthers fan. He's a Panthers fan. All right. Offensive line is garbage. Disagree. Completely disagree. Let me ask you a question. How many times did Dallas actually get to Sam Darnold in this game? How many times? I can count it on 2 hands how many times they've actually gotten to him in this game. I got to disagree on that. How many sacks did Sam Darnold have? 1. Those were total blitzes right there. That's what those were. Those were 7 and 8 people in the box. All right. AJ Boye is garbage. I wouldn't say that. I think it's a little too early to judge AJ right now. I think it's a good first game to have him on tape and to figure out what he can do versus what he can't do. But I would hesitate to say that he's either good or garbage right now. You know, AJ is basically AJ right now until we find out more about it. And this is just one tough game that we played, this season. Let's check him out against maybe the Patriots. Let's check him out against the Buffalo Bills. And then we'll know more, I think, about whether AJ is good or whether he's garbage. Where does he stand? Right now, for me, he doesn't really have a total identity. But based on what I saw from preseason and this game, I think he's okay. Coverage-wise, he's got a lot of work to do. But granted, this man just came off an injury. We haven't had him for 3 weeks. So don't expect him to be spectacular right out of the gate. At his best. You'll see some good plays out of him. You'll see some negative plays out of him off an injury. But, you're not going to see his best coming off an injury. So give him some time. I want to see what else he can do versus what else he can't do. And then we'll go from there. I think that's fair to say. because Matt Paradis is garbage. I think we got ourselves a Panther hater right here. A fan that's also a hater. A Panther hater. I think we got ourselves a Panther hater. If I gotta put a name on these people, man. I think that's what we got right here. Uh, I'm gonna say this. Matt Paradis actually did pretty good on one play. He opened up some big holes for Chuba Hubbard to run through. Um, he picked up a major blitz, which saved Sam's life back there. Uh, so no, I think Matt Paradis is okay. I think he's good. He's not great, but he's good. You know, there's certainly better centers out there, but yeah, you could do a whole lot worse than Matt Paradis. Seriously, you could do a whole lot worse. I mean, just ask the Jets. Just ask the Jets right now. Before they got Ryan Khalil. Before. So, yeah, they'll be able to tell you that. I want to say Deontay Brown for Dennis Daly. I disagree. Dennis Daly looked all right today. Was there anybody that really noticed anything about Dennis Daly that would raise any alarm bells after watching today's performance? Because I didn't. To me, I didn't see anything. But yeah, I would have to check him out against the Patriots, to be sure. Um, the Eagles have a couple of good pass rushers, but not in the same category as Dallas. But maybe check him out then. We'll see what he does. But I'm not gonna single him out. No. Uh, Joe Brady needs to go back to flag football. Oh my goodness. This guy's relentless. Um, God, we have so many of these types in this fan base, though. I'll tell you that, where they're just like, we are our own worst critic, type deal, and it's kind of sad to see that, to watch our fan base just implode on each other. We can do better. We can honestly do better. Now, if you're talking about Joe Brady taking that long to figure out that we need a check down, yeah, I agree. Got to work on that. But the creativeness, he checked the box today. You saw some tricky plays that we didn't see before from Joe Brady. So I can't throw him under the bus too much after today. And I was kind of Joe Brady's worst critic thus far. Out of the streamers that I know. So I was kind of the worst critic of him. Because I picked apart a bunch of things that I thought, off stream play wise that I would like to see changed. And that check down play was one of them. And once you start reading these defenses like I do, you'll start to notice these plays that need to be ran. But do I think he's a great offensive coordinator? No. Not at all. Do I think he's a good offensive coordinator? Sure. He's good by NFL standards, but he's not great. I think they're overhyping him. But A for creativeness today on some of those plays. I got to give him that. He woke up those brain cells and he said, what if we ran this? What if we ran that? And that offensive line helps. When Sam Darnold knows he can trust that offensive line, we can start to open up that playbook. When we are able to get that ball in Robbie Anderson's hands, and we have a check down option like Royce over the middle, we can start to open up this playbook a little bit and start to do some things. And that's exactly what you saw in the fourth quarter. We started really opening this thing up. And half of this stuff, I guarantee you, wasn't in the scouting reports that they had, but it's just stuff that you picked up during the game. You got to adjust. When that corner starts playing well, you got to adjust to that. Brown, when he starts getting some of those pass deflections, you got to throw it somewhere else. And that's an in-game adjustment, and that's what I think Joe needs to work on most of all. It's not an easy thing to know that you game planned and you had a whole section and a whole notebook full of things, and you don't even see half of it happen in a game. It's really discouraging. I get it. Believe me, I get it. But you got to be able to adjust. That's the offensive coordinator's job. And if you don't adjust, you fall behind. And that's exactly what happened in the third quarter. And I find it surprising that I found something that wasn't even in Joe Brady's scouting report. And not even in his playbook for this game that he had to adjust to. Before kickoff. I mean, it makes you question Joe Brady. It does. I'll say that. I'll openly say that. It makes you question his adjustment process. But do I want to see him out of a job? No. He's putting up 28 points. That's fine with the tools that we've got. Are there better offense coordinators out there? Yes. But am I complaining? No. I just would like to see him get a little more creative with the playbook, which he did today, and he checked the box. So, next goal up. What are you going to do next? You going to stop there, Joe Brady, or are you going to keep going? Keep finding new things. It doesn't just stop once you reach the goal. I've said that in the last stream, and I'm going to say it again because I'm not sure that Joe gets this. You got to keep going, bro. There's always a new goal to set in life. Always. And if there isn't, create one. Whether it be football, whether it be life, whatever it is. If there is not a new goal, set one. Because you are falling behind automatically when you don't set one. Okay. It sucks that our defense didn't play good. Our defense played okay. They played pretty well. Let me say this. We're playing against Dak Prescott. And I'll say this again because I don't think some people understand this. When you're playing Dak Prescott, he's Dak Prescott. He's under the radar, but he's a beast. He's Rodgers type. You know? He's got that Matt Ryan accuracy. You know, Dak Prescott is very, very dangerous as a quarterback. And when he's got weapons, watch out. You saw what he did last week. He put up 41 points. So, yeah, our defense is going to struggle. Our defense is going to have some tough times against Dak. It's going to happen. You can't get to the man because of the ironclad offensive line. So then what do? You try to focus on Ezekiel Elliott. Well, Ezekiel Elliott gets 140-something yards. Then what do? That's where you get in trouble. Because if you don't have a plan after that, you're screwed. This is why this team got as many points as they got on us. Especially when your defense is on the field way too long. I don't care how good your defense thinks they are. If Dak can keep checking off boxes of weapons and tools that he can use against you, the further on that you go along in this game, the worse you're going to have. The less success you're going to have. And it's point blank. But we got a lot of weapons on this defense. So we're a little bit better than the average defense that he's been facing. You know? And that's why, instead of the 41, you see 36. We took away a touchdown or two because Dante Jackson's on our defense. Jeremy Chin is on our defense. We got players like that. That can start to shut down some of these passes. But you can only do so much against Dak Prescott. Already addressed the fumbles. You want him again in the playoffs? Absolutely. Yeah, let's play him again in the playoffs. I'm down. This might be a totally different result in the playoffs with everybody healthy once we get there. We don't know. Okay. You don't like that rule about the forward progress. Yeah. Well, there it is again, if you guys want to read it. Cade McDonald says, I'm not sure about the Cowboys defense myself. Do you think the Dallas defense is decent or no? Tough to say. Again, you do have that weakness over the middle for checkdowns. So you might want to seal that up if you want to find success. And also the draw play is a weakness as well. But otherwise, those corners had a pretty good day today. And like you said, it was Brown. Brown had a good day, surprisingly. Yeah, give that man some time, though. I think if you keep developing Mr. Brown here, he's going to do some good things for you. You know, you got some good players. You got Javon Curse. I told you guys to watch out for him. He had 2 tackles for a loss, 1 quarterback hit. You know, and Brown had 3 pass deflections today. We tried to test him because apparently they saw the same scouting report that I was watching during that Cowboys and Eagles game. They saw the same things I did, and they decided to test him, and it didn't work out well. You know, he had 6 tackles. So, I did see where Robbie did burn Brown a few times. So, I would be wary of that if you're facing like really good wide receivers. But excuse me. But yeah, if you're facing a quarterback such as maybe Rodgers or somebody that can complete some of those deep balls, then you have a little bit of cause of concern there at corner. But, you know, we had a few missed throws. And Sam has been overthrowing those deep balls. I will say that. He was doing that in preseason as well. So that's not new. He was doing that in the first 3 games too. So, you know, Sam's kind of weak on the deep ball throws, but deep ball accuracy, I should say. There was one specific play I remember where Dallas intercepted it, a very specific pass that was underthrown. Now, I don't know whether that was high pressure from the defensive line from Dallas or whether that was just a really bad throw. But he had Terrace Marshall wide open way downfield. I don't know if you guys noticed that or not. But he was trying to hit Robbie, I think, with the underthrow, and it just didn't work. You know, it was so underthrown that even Robbie couldn't get to it. So maybe that was the pass rush. I'm not entirely sure. I'd have to run that play back and watch it again. But that was not good. Because if he hits Terrace way downfield, and okay, let's play a little devil's advocate here. If Sam were to throw that ball without that pressure, the way he threw it to Robbie, overthrowing Robbie, there's a chance Terrace might actually have a chance to catch that thing and go all the way. Consider that. Huh. What do you know, right? Yeah, I watched a few of these plays and I saw some people open, and I was just like, okay, well, if that pressure had not been there, that's big yards. You know, I see some opportunities. And now that we don't have as big and bad of a pass rush as Dallas has on us going into the next few games, I feel like we could get some of these plays. We can make some of these plays, guys. We can start stretching this ball down the field a little bit more. Because the offensive line is rock solid. I wouldn't call it a steel curtain, but I'd say it's rock solid. You know, Sam trusts it. He's throwing some confident balls. He looked confident. He just had that face. You know, every time he got ready to snap the ball, he was just like, yep, this is going to be a completed pass. Yep. I'm going to come out here and I'm going to throw this ball. I trust this line. So, it's just amazing. Sam Darnold has gone to this timid quarterback from the Jets that was just afraid of everything because of the Jets' offensive line to what you saw today, where he just looks like an NFL quarterback, a real NFL starter that can really do some damage against some defenses once he starts winding up and warming up. It's amazing. Even Greg Olsen commented on it too. He was just like absolutely amazed at how the change of scenery, kind of changes somebody to a better team. So you got to love that. I mean, both these quarterbacks just stood in the pocket. They were just like unmovable. Absolutely unmovable. And Sam even extended a few plays too. He knew a blitz was coming in the fourth quarter. Here's a good example, He knew a blitz was coming at him. He saw the 6 or 7 people in the box. And he said, "Oh no, I've seen this before. Y'all gonna rush 6 or 7 through the gaps. Y'all gonna see it put some heat on me. I'm gonna run out of this tackle box. I'm gonna roll out, and I'm gonna find my check down man." That's the new and improved Sam Darnold right there. That's the Sam Darnold you did not see in week 1. That's the Sam Darnold you did not see with the New York Jets. That's the Panthers Sam Darnold. That's what you should expect to see every week from here on. Because that's what he's going to give you. He sat in that pocket. He was not afraid at all. He said, "Bring it. Bring your best at me. I'm still going to throw this ball. Whether it's complete or not, I'm still going to throw this ball. And I'm going to get this ball out of my hands." Respect to this man. Wow. He's the real deal. And anyone that doubts it at this point is fooling themselves. I mean, if you still got doubts about Sam Darnold, let me show y'all some stats. Hold up. Let me show y'all. Even under pressure, we're still looking at a Sam Darnold that put up 26 for 39, 301 yards, and 2 touchdowns, regardless of the 2 interceptions and the 5 sacks. Regardless of those, he still put up those numbers. He is using the weapons that are around him, and he's using them effectively. That's 200 more yards than even Dak Prescott was able to get. And that's under pressure from constant blitzes during the third quarter and the fourth quarter. Are y'all starting to see what I'm seeing now? Sam Darnold is for real. 85.5 quarterback rating. Despite all of that, that number should terrify some defenses. If we can just figure out how to use Robbie a bit more, and get Chuba or Royce involved with these check down passes, just imagine what we can accomplish. We got Tommy Tremble that was being doubled today. That's why you didn't see much from him. But he was being doubled for a reason. You saw the amount of catches this man has been getting lately. He's being doubled for a reason. Dallas actually game planned to take him out of the plays. And they successfully did that. So then, who does Dallas start to look at? You put your best corner on DJ Moore, and he still gets 8 receptions for 113 yards and 2 touchdowns. What then? Then you start to try to attack Robbie, right? Robbie's getting 5 catches out of 11 targets, 46 yards. You could be somewhat successful with that. Terrell Thomas kind of got doubled a little bit too. He had the 3 targets for 15, so they kind of took him down. This is where Zylstra comes in. 2 catches, 63 yards, and he moves the chains. This is where you start checking down to the running backs over the middle of Dallas's defense, and you start to get short yardage gains. And it can be at critical times too during these drives. So had we used that tactic, had we checked it down over the middle, I guarantee you those would not be dead drives in the third quarter. I guarantee it. I was looking at the coverage. I could see the wide open middle area when they went man on man. They doubled up Robbie, they doubled up DJ Moore, and they left a wide open spot over the middle when they started blitzing. You saw the corners and the free safety, the strong safety, and a corner on the other side. You're not even really worried about that third option of Robbie. He's not going to do much. But if that whole time you're sitting there with a wide open gap right over the middle, Chuba Hubbard, Royce for 4 or 5 yards, it keeps moving the chains the more you do it. And it makes them take people out of the box and stop blitzing you as much. Which means they take heat off of DJ Moore or Robbie Anderson. One of the two they're going to take heat off of. And you could throw that ball to one of them if you got the right routes. So, it was an obvious weakness of Dallas that you could see all throughout the third quarter, and we just didn't exploit it until the fourth. But I figured out while watching the Dallas and Eagles game that was there. It was there throughout the entire Monday Night Football game. I watched the entire game, and I saw it time after time after time. The Eagles kept exploiting it. And I said, why can we not exploit that? So, when Zylstra gets involved, good things happen. All right, so Cade said about Sam Darnold, he did throw 2 interceptions, though. Yes, but those 2 interceptions could have been avoided by checking the ball down to a running back over the middle. We wouldn't have had either one of those picks. Moving on. You guys playing the Eagles next? Yes, we are. And what's good about this is the Eagles are going to be expecting us to come in there and think, oh, well, the Panthers have a weak defense after Dak just exposed it. Wrong. They're about to be in for the surprise of their life when we come into that game. Because we play good defense and Dak still put up 38 points. I'm not going to say great defense. I'm going to say good defense. we had some bright spots, for sure. We learned a lot about this defense and where we are. Exactly where we are. And like I said, top 15 defense. It's there. And I'm not surprised we gave up 38 to Dak. I'm not at all. That was expected when you face a quarterback like that. That's like Rodgers lighting you up. That's like Tom Brady lighting you up. You expect all those points, right? It exposes all those weak points that you know that you need to fix, plus some more that you don't know that you had. So in a way, it's a good thing. It's a way to learn more about your defense by playing a better team and a better quarterback. So, yeah, I think the Eagles are in for a surprise next week. And it slows down our ego as well. You know, we don't go in there fully 4-0 like we're the best team ever. You know, we're going in there as a legit 3-1 team, and we are who we are. And it's going to surprise the Eagles, and it's going to surprise the Vikings the next week after, because they're not expecting that. It may not surprise the Vikings, though. We'll see. So Dallas is trying to stop midway of the third quarter, to be honest. They were slowing down. They were pumping the brakes a little bit. You know, they thought, well, we got a comfortable lead. We don't have anything to worry about. You know, it's Dak Prescott. If we have any trouble, we can just throw another touchdown pass against this defense. Wrong. This defense just showed you how wrong you were in that fourth quarter. Because they stepped up. That was two solid defensive drives stopped by this defense in that fourth quarter. We didn't look good on that last one, but the first two, oh yeah. If they think they can just grab a huge lead and not expect us to fight back, you're in for a shock. And I think we took that defensive coordinator by surprise. I think we did. Plus, they took Diggs out for special privileges. Special privileges? Expand on that, if you would, please. I'd like to know what you're talking about there. It was not the smartest decision, to be honest. True. That wasn't smart taking Diggs out. I agree. Yeah, Diggs is not Revis, and he should not be treated like it. True. Very true. I hope you guys beat the brakes off the Eagles. Cry, Eagles, cry. Facts, man. We'll try to. We'll try to. I think we'll succeed in doing that. That should be at least a 10-point win over the Eagles. I do believe that'll happen. Although they are starting to find an offense, as the scores would suggest, but we'll see. You know, it is against a struggling Chiefs team right now, but you never know. Struggling Chiefs defense. Make Hurts throw and contain, and that man could not hit water if it fell out of a boat. We're going fishing, boys. We're going fishing against the Eagles. Oh, we're going to catch a Hurts. That's what we're going to catch. I'll tell you what, Spider Burns is going to have a day against the Eagles next week. I'm already starting him in fantasy. I already know it's going to happen. I don't know about Shaq, but I know Spider Burns is going to rack up some fantasy points for sure. This dude's going to be a monster. He didn't do anything this week, and I'll bet you anything that frustrated him so much. He wanted to be involved so much and get a sack. You know he did. Deflection. And, he had a good day. Despite biting on that counterplay, on the 3rd and 1 in the fourth quarter. But, he had a good day. I can't fault him for anything that he was doing today. Yeah. I think this team is really looking strong, and we're exactly where we thought we would be. We're right on track for 10 wins. Eagles fans said that they had the best defense in the league after week 2. Y'all are in for a surprise. Because we just found our offense. And I'll tell you that little check down over the middle is an extra little tool in our tool belt. We're adding an extra tool every time we play a team. Every time that we successfully use a play and exploit a defense, that's an extra tool in our tool belt, in our playbook, that we can throw at the next team. So, don't expect this to be an easy one, Philly. No. This ain't going to be close. We're going to win by 10 at least. This defense is not going to be happy that they got exploited as much as they did. They're going to come back firing on all cylinders. Sam is going to put up 300 again. Maybe 2 touchdowns, maybe a rushing touchdown or 2 as well. Just like he did with Dallas. So, Sam is only getting better every week. He's uptrending right now. And I saw somebody just pick him up a couple of days ago in fantasy. I think didn't they pick him up today? I don't remember. But he was definitely uptrending in fantasy for sure. And I sat Robbie knowing full well this man was not going to catch as many balls as he needs to be catching. Against Dallas, it's not going to happen. Against Philly and the Vikings, sure. Against Atlanta and the Giants, sure. I'll start him those 2 weeks. And you can expect to see some throws go in his direction those days. But not against the Cowboys. It's just not going to happen. And that brings Robbie's total up to 10 catches. And I think right around 150 yards. Give or take a few. I think that sounds about right. Eagles fans will be saying that Hurts will be the starter till they draft a quarterback in the first. They have been in talks with the Texans for Watson. Now that I'm not surprised for. They were in the talks when they started the whole quarterback carousel to begin with. So I'm not surprised that they're still in talks with the Texans for Watson. But do you really want Watson at this point? Philly, think about this, man. Think about the integrity. I mean, you want to win, but at what cost? Nobody has proven whether these sexual assault cases are real or not. Whether they're legitimate or not. No one's really proven it yet. So until, excuse me, I had an itch. But until those cases are cleared up, do you really want a quarterback that's willing to be on the 53 active man roster and not even play for you, regardless of whether they're civil suits or not. This is how he's treating the Texans management right now. And I'm not saying that the Texans management are completely innocent here. Not at all. Because they've been screwing things up for probably the last 3 years. And it started with the Nuke trade. Nuke Hopkins trade. But do you really want a quarterback like Watson, attitude-wise, that just wants to be paid for just being on the 53-man roster and dressing out? That's... No. No, thank you. No, thank you. I know what Watson can do. Don't get me wrong. Hey, I'm a Clemson fan, so I know what he can do. If anybody knows, I do. Because I've been to the spring practices. I know what he's capable of. We've all seen the national championship when he was in Clemson. We all know what he can do. It's not a secret. And he's playing for a terrible organization. That's not a secret either. But this man refused team drills, wouldn't participate in any team drills, would not do any practicing whatsoever, and yet is still placed on the 53-man active roster and collecting a bag. The league has not suspended him yet. This is the same team that kept finding reasons during training camp to find ways for him to be on that injured list, even though they weren't even real injuries. So, you're Eagles fans, you're going to tell me that you want this guy right now? In the worst part of his career? Knowing what his personality is? And what he's doing? This is a whole simple case of tit for tat between him and the management. This has nothing to do with the civil cases right now. This is just tit for tat. That's all it is. Between Watson and the management. Because we have not seen a single thing come out in the court cases about these cases yet. Not a single thing in the news, have we? So you're going to sit there and tell me you want that as your quarterback? No, thank you. And I'm going to be real with you. I thought I knew him. I really legit thought I knew him as a person and as a player. But I was wrong. I thought I understood him. But I was wrong as a Clemson fan. And I'm very, very disappointed to see the actions that he's taking in Houston right now. I thought he was better than that. But apparently not. Which is sad. Because I had mad respect for the man. You know, when he came out of Clemson, I had mad respect for this dude. I thought everybody had mad respect for him. They thought this dude was going to be the answer to a few teams' problems, you know, whoever drafts him. And Houston's the worst place you could have possibly ended up if you're Watson. So, it really makes me sad to see what's going on there. You know, even J.J. Watt left the Texans. And I thought, yeah, I don't really have any love for the Texans. Don't get me confused there. I don't have any love for the Texans, but I really do feel bad for the players that have had to leave the Texans because of their management and how they're handling things. And I think they're doing the right thing. You know, If your management's not getting it done, you got to move on to greener pastures. And the problem with Texans players, if you still got value, you're going to leave. Point blank. We got a couple of their players actually on our roster right now because of what their management's been doing. And we also got a couple of players from the Jets management as well because of what they're doing. And essentially, Houston's becoming the next New York Jets. And I hate to say that, but it's true. It's becoming that bad. They're still making good enough moves that they're not quite on the Jets' lower level, yet. But they're in that red zone right now where they need to really fix things. And they need to fix it quick. Otherwise, they're not going to go anywhere anytime soon. They're not going to make any progress anytime soon. And it's unfortunate for them. Because, for a couple years, I really did want to root for Houston, during some playoff runs. I did. As a matter of fact. I thought, Houston's on fire. Here comes Watson. Here comes Nuke Hopkins. Here comes a really good quality squad here. You got J.J. Watt on defense. This is a good squad to root for if your team's not in the playoffs, right? Come on. And it's a shame it didn't last. It really is. But, no, you don't want Watson right now. You just don't. That's why we didn't go for him. We went for Matthew Stafford instead, which was the right move. We couldn't get Stafford, so we got the next best man down, which was Sam Darnold. And look what Sam Darnold's doing for us. So, I'd say we did pretty well. Hindsight's always 20/20, but I'd say we did pretty well. As a Dallas fan, I'm good with Hurts for the next 10 years. The issues aside, I don't want Watson in the East. I agree. You don't want that talent in the East at all to play against. I agree with that. But it also causes... You get the positive and you get the negative with Watson if you trade for him. You get both sides when you trade for him. So whatever team gets him in a trade, if they're willing to pay whatever the Texans are wanting them to offer, which is outrageous at this point, what they're asking for. It's just not fair to anybody to ask for that much for Watson. With what's going on, nobody's going to bite on that. Come on, Houston. We're not stupid. 30 out of the 32 teams, managements are not stupid. Houston. They're not going to go for that. Knowing what you've done to him and what he's doing back to you. They're not going to go for that. They just want the talent. There's a few teams that want the talent, but they don't want the baggage. And that's one of them is us. We wanted the talent, but we didn't want the baggage. That's why we didn't go for it. And we made a wise decision. And the Eagles are one of them too. They want that talent, but they don't want the baggage. Man, the Texans just can't get it right. We talked about the Jets, but the Texans are right with them. Yeah. They're pretty close. I don't think anyone hates the Texans. They just can't get it right with the head coach or the quarterbacks. True. I don't hate the Texans. None of us hate the Texans. It's just the management is just screwing up the team. And it's sad. So, all right, on that note, since we're on that Texans train right now, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break, and we will be back. And we're going to go through that stat sheet when we come back. So stick around. Hit that like button if you're enjoying the stream. Same thing on Facebook. Hit that like button. Let's do it. But thank you guys very, very much for sticking around. I appreciate all of you. You're all awesome. These are great conversations, and I definitely encourage this in our streams. We can talk about any team, any players, name them, and we'll talk about them. I got no problem with that at all. Happy to do it. I'd like to keep the majority of the content Panthers related, but I can find ways to get us back on track. So it's not a problem. But hey, thank you guys so much, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes, okay? Keep pounding.
Whatever you went through before you joined our family, it hurt you.
Who are you talking to?
Gabriel. You created him so that you could survive.
Is he your imaginary friend?
It's happened before. I'm the only one that can see him. He's back. And he's coming for me.
All right, folks. I am back. First of all, I want to say this. I had, I think it was Pamela that asked me how my voice was because she did a whole lot of yelling during this game. I didn't actually respond to her, but my response would have been wait until after I get through with this marathon streaming that I'm doing, and then ask me that question. Because my voice is always hoarse after these streams, man. I'm telling you. I probably don't even talk for like 30 minutes after a stream. But yeah, welcome back. Welcome back. We are back. So I did say we were gonna go through this stat sheet. Um but first I want to take us kind of through the schedule and kind of let people know that we are still on schedule for 10 wins. And why I say that. You know, it just because we lost to Dallas by that much doesn't mean we should panic. It means the complete opposite. It means we're exactly where we want to be. It means we're exactly where we thought we would be by this point. Plus the extra win over New Orleans. So, all right, let's take it through it. Let's take a look through this. All right, so we won 19-14 over the Jets. Expected. You know, should have been a little bit more than that, but you know, it's a warm-up game. You know, it's first game of the season. I'm glad it was the Jets. You know, it helped us to warm up. So again, this schedule is very, very favorable for us in that way. The Saints, we found out exactly, you know, what our offense could do, and we got 26 points out of it. We found out exactly how strong our defense really is. We got 7 out of it. You know, so then, by shutting down Kamara, we then head into Houston, Texas with a 2-0 record. Unexpected. You know, I had no idea the Saints would be having that rough of a time at week 2. I thought these guys would be strong as oxes at week 2. You know, everybody healthy, everybody attacking us. You know, this, that, and the other coming at us full strength, trying to injure players, whatnot, you know, because some of those players do that. Y'all got to know this. There's a few Saints players that do try to do this. So that's what I fully expected when we went into week 2. But instead, we found the complete 180. We found a team that didn't have Drew Brees anymore. We found a team that Kamara was really their only weapon. And we shut them down. So, for anybody that thinks, oh, we didn't play anybody, the Saints are usually really, really good. Y'all got to remember this. We're typically doing with a Saints team that should be getting more than 7 points. Even against our defense, they should be getting more than 7. You know, with Winston. Granted, Winston's bad. He's trash. But they'd still be getting more than 7. But they had way more problems than just quarterback position. So, we got really, really lucky. So if you take that into consideration, yeah, we did play somebody. We played the Saints, and we won. But don't take that score out of context, because the Saints were having so much trouble at the time. Now, the Texans, yeah, you can make an argument there. We didn't play anybody, when it comes to the Texans, 24-9. Texans are terrible. They're having a rough time. Jets are terrible. They're trash. So, we come into Dallas 3-0. So, of course, everybody's touting that narrative. Oh, we didn't play anybody. But, look at the score. Look how close that score was. 8 points away. If we had Justin Burris out there, if we had checked those balls down during the third quarter and gotten some points on the board, if Sam Darnold had not thrown those picks, this would be a totally different score. Probably in our favor. And we'd be 4-0. If those 3 things had not happened, we might have been 4-0. And we'd be doing a totally different stream right now. And I'd be playing Sweet Caroline for you guys. We were this close to that happening. And I'm going to tell you, nobody wanted this game more than I did. Nobody wanted it more than I did, though. I woke up this morning, I thought I had a great feeling about this day. I had a great feeling about this game. I had a great feeling about what was about to happen. And I was not disappointed. Because we put up more points in this game than we put up the entire season. We were averaging 24 points a game. That's the most points we've had so far. It's 28. And that's by using all our weapons effectively and being creative with the play call. So, we come out of this game learning a ton about where we are. So, we go into the Eagles game. Eagles are thinking, okay, well, Dak just exposed this defense. It's going to be a cakewalk, And Hurst is going to be looking at our defense just like, ooh, yes, I can make some things work with this defense. Wrong. Keep thinking that, Eagles. Keep thinking that. Because this loss works in our favor, folks, with Dallas. This loss works in our favor. And I'll explain why. The Eagles are going to be totally surprised by our defense coming into this game. This is going to feast. Our offense is going to put up 24 again. If not more points than that, because now we've hit 28. 28's now our ceiling on offense. But we can go past that once we get CMC back. And we get Shi Smith involved. And we get a couple of check down plays to Chuba and Royce. And CMC once he comes back. Yeah, this offense could be dangerous. Very, very dangerous. We got a lot of weapons that these defenses have to check and look at. So, Eagles, keep sleeping on this offense. See what happens to you. And again, we don't come into this Eagles game with a 4-0 chip on our shoulder like, oh, well, we're the best out there. The best undefeated team out there. No. This team has always been humble. Always been humble every week. Even when we were 3-0, you never heard these players say a thing. You never heard any of our players brag. You never heard any of that. This is a humble team. This is what Matt Rule wants. This is his culture, and I love it. Because this is a whole new team that once we do get to the promised land, they're not going to get swallowed up by all the media hype and all that stuff, like we did last time in 2015. That's not going to happen. This team's too humble for that. And you're going to see it once we get up there. It may take a couple of years, but we'll get up there based on what we built. So, you're going to see a humble team come into the Eagles game and spank the Eagles. It's going to happen. By 10 points or more. The Eagles offense think they're big and bad with their offense right now after what they just found, and we're going to surprise them. Now, it's the Vikings game that could be a trap game. And I will show you why. Who do the Vikings play today? Vikings play... I gotta double check who the Vikings play. The Vikings are the next one on my list to kind of keep an eye on. I think did they have a bye week? Did they have a bye week? Is this when bye weeks start? Going on? Oh, there they are. Okay. And Minnesota could not even put up more than 7 points against the Browns. But we should not overlook the fact that the Cleveland offense is very, very solid. And they held the Cleveland offense to 14 points. Keep an eye on that. So, that Vikings D is not one that you should sleep on. If you sleep on that defense, you're going to regret that. Actually, I'm glad they showed this highlight. Hold on. Can we... Let me actually blow this up. I want to show these highlights. I want to show y'all something. If it's not being blurry. All right. I believe it was the tight end on this particular play for Dallas that scored. Watch him kind of come across. And look who's back here. Y'all see this dude right here? Watch what he does. I'm glad this clip came up, actually. All right, now, as the tight end comes across, he's sitting back there, right? Watch what he does. When the wide receiver comes across to the left, he's going to go right. Why? There's no reason why he should be going to the opposite side of the field. The wide receiver's he's not juking, he's not doing anything that would suggest that he would be going to that side of the field. Why is Chandler going to the right side of the field instead of the left? There's nobody there. Literally nobody there. You see a host of white jerseys right there. A couple of Panthers defenders over here. And then you see Chandler back here Just in La La Land, go in the opposite direction. Watch this. Cuts to the right. Cuts back to the left. Touchdown. You see this right here? Why is he going this direction? What is this? This is why I say this man is a liability. This is a perfect example in video form of why I think this man is a liability. And look, Jeremy Chan is there. He's the only one that can actually make the tackle because Chandler screwed up. All right, so here's this play. You see this ironclad offensive line here. We can't get past it. We have no pass rush. Shaq somehow finds his way through the gap. And guess who gets burnt? Good old number 15. Mr. Henderson. This is why this man was not on the active 53. This is exactly why. Because we knew this man was going to get burnt by a star receiver like CD. We knew it. And yet we promoted him anyway because we were having trouble at corner. Roasted. Y'all see it? Come on, man. Y'all can look at the video and you can see this. These exact plays that I'm talking about. In visual form for all the people that are visual learners. Look who this is. And actually went after Dak Prescott. I'm trying to see. Is that Chandler's back here, I think. That's either Chandler or Chin, I can't tell. I think that's Chin. Yeah, there's Brian Burns. Burns will fall for this. And so will he. 42 here. So they go after Dak. Well, 42 is the one that gets actually roasted right here. Because he's not sure what to do. He's not sure whether to cover this guy or to help out in the pass rush. He has no idea. So he's just basically standing out here in no man's land. This is what creates touchdowns, folks, for other teams. Point blank. But you'll notice this is one of the few plays that Melvin actually does a good job of covering a player right here. So that was probably either Cooper or the other wide receiver that didn't matter. But look at the coverage. That was really good. That's one of the few times when he's in the red zone, he's okay with coverage. But if you're trying to stretch the ball down the field, he is every one of those short passes. All right, so let's take a look at this play. And look at Jeremy Chin just get absolutely toasted right here with the spin move. This is during the third quarter. This is when the defense is out here for way too long. This is the one I was referring to. He's exhausted. He's having to do everybody else's job. So, of course, he's going to get toasted. I'm not surprised. But anyway, I don't want to show too much of this coverage because I might get in trouble with YouTube. But I did want to make sure that those plays specifically were shown. It is important to show those. And if you're on Facebook and you didn't see the plays specifically that I'm talking about, go on the YouTube stream later on the replay. Around the 2 hour and 30 mark, and you'll see them. So that's just to help you guys out. So if you feel like skipping through some of the stream to watch that, go for it. I have no problem with it. Y'all do what you do. But I wanted to make sure that those videos were shown right there. Alright, so let's go back to the schedule. Now, we're going to surprise the Eagles. We're going to get a win there. Vikings, we got to watch out for that Vikings defense. They're for real. But we'll win. I got no doubt of that. That Vikings defense is a trap. Watch out for it. Giants should be a win. Falcons should be a win. And then we go into New England. That New England game at week 9. That's when we get tested again. Like, actually tested. Because Mac Jones is throwing some darts. That defense needs to work on it. Needs some work. But, yeah, Mac Jones is throwing some darts. So don't underestimate him. Or it'll be to your detriment. Yeah, but supposing we get this win here, we take on the Cards, we surprise them, we expose them. These guys aren't legitimate 3-0. Come on. I'm not buying into the Cards. I'm just not. Washington, we should be able to beat them. They played a close one with Atlanta, so, if you got a Washington football team that's playing a close game with Atlanta, really? Are we worried about these guys right now? No. The Dolphins are the ones we're worried about. Now, the Dolphins, with Tua, if Tua comes back, that could be dangerous to our schedule. But right now, as it stands, that should be a win. Falcons game should be a win. And then we go into week 15 in December. That's when we start dropping games. So again, we're on that 10-win track. I don't want people to get discouraged. This loss today was a projected loss. So we're winning the games that we should be winning. We're losing the games that we lost a game that we're projected to lose on my 10-win radar. So that's not a problem. That's a good thing. And we lost in the best possible way. We learned more about our team than we ever thought we would ever learn. Everything that I have called out about our defense was correct. Everything that I've called out about our offense is correct. And it's so comforting to me to know that this team is exactly what I thought it was. And that makes me happy. I'm satisfied with it. I am satisfied with an 8-point loss to the Dallas. Because, if you don't learn anything, what's the point? If all you're here for is wins and losses, you're not learning anything. And that's the key here. What's up, Torian? How you doing, man? Welcome to the Facebook stream. Appreciate you, man. as always. But I do believe I responded to his post earlier, right before the stream. He was a little discouraged, but I just want to say, man, like, I'm upbeat. This is exactly where we should be if we're trying to get to a 10-win season. Now, if we want to push 11 wins, and we got that safety net at the Saints game that we weren't even supposed to win, that's still in our back pocket. Think about that, folks. A 10 or 11 games win season. That's pretty nice, right? I'm feeling the love right now. I'm feeling the love. I feel like this team is capable of 10 or 11 wins. I have no doubt of it. After this score right here, that told me everything I need to know. This game told me everything I need to know. And the stat sheet should tell us everything we need to know. So let's dig into it. All right, so we had 113 rushing yards today. Our longest was 14, and that was Sam Darnold himself. And Chuba actually got a 14-yarder as well. But Sam Darnold, 2 rushing touchdowns today. This is Cam Newton 2.0, except without the ego. I don't know how some of y'all feel about that, but I like it. I like it. You know, we don't have to deal with all the weird dress videos and press conferences and whatnot like that. We just have to deal with just simply Sam Darnold. And I like it. You know, it's not complicated. It's just him doing what he does. And it's beautiful in its own special way. Just like Cam Newton was amazing in his own special way. You know what I mean? Like, I appreciate both these players for what they do, you know, and who they are. You know, each one of them brought special abilities and special ways of doing things that were very successful to how Carolina runs their organization and their team. So I'm happy for both, you know, to see both do what they do successfully. I hope Cam Newton finds another team and gets his last chance. I really do. I think he deserves it. He's had a rough go of things, and, you know, I hold nothing against him. So, but, you know, like our coaches say, we don't want Sam Darnold to be anything more than just Sam Darnold. Just do what you do, you know? And this is Sam Darnold, the rusher. Now, we got 2 touchdowns, and it's beautiful. You know, he's not trying to replicate Cam Newton. He's just trying to be Sam Darnold with these 2 rushing touchdowns. And it's awesome to watch. It really is. You got Royce Freeman with the 4.0 average on 3 rushes. I thought that was really cool. You know, we got him heavily involved in receiving as well. So, again, you got DJ Moore with 8 out of 12 targets. You got Royce with 5 out of 5 targets, 48 yards. And I think we pretty much dissected this wide receiver core pretty well. Now, my question here is, on that one play where Terrace Marshall was wide open deep, and Robbie was kind of in the vicinity where that ball was intercepted. Was Sam targeting Robbie, or was he actually targeting Terrace Marshall Jr. back out there deep, and he just couldn't get the ball out there because of the pressure? We'll never know. You know, that's been a question I've had since I've watched that game. And I don't know who they accredited that target to. You know, did they put it in Marshall's category, or did they put it in Robbie's? I think they put it in Robbie's because he's got 11. That's my guess, but I don't know. You know, but again, here's something I want to point out. Chuba, 2 catches for 14 yards. This man has caught both passes today. That's the second game in a row he's caught 2 passes. So this man's been hitting the jug machine. Credit to you, Chuba. Good job, man. Proud of you. Keep working at it, man. I'm telling you. I thought, you know, let's maybe put him out there for some check down passes over the middle. I had enough faith in Chuba on those over the offensive line of scrimmage throws towards the middle of the field on short yardage that I thought, you know, throw him a few. Let's see if he can catch some. You know, it's worth a shot. If you don't like it, throw in Royce. Either way, throw a running back out there and let him have a little check down route. You know, either way, you win because you keep moving the chains. You keep moving the drive forward. And you keep opening up the offense. Even if Chuba starts dropping a couple of them, you just throw in Royce. You're covered. You know, you see Royce. Either way, it works. I mean, you can afford one dead drive as long as you pick up on that weakness of the Dallas defense and use it against them. Tommy got doubled up, so that's why you see only 1 target from him. So on the other end of the ball, you got. Well, we already talked about the rushing game with Dallas, but we limited Dak Prescott to 22 attempts. But again, look how dangerous he is even in those 22 attempts. 4 touchdowns. You can't just act like Dak is just an average quarterback with 14 for 22 on the stat sheet. And totally, no. You know, Dak is a different level of quarterback. He's an Aaron Rodgers level. He's a Russell Wilson level. You know, you can't ignore that. All right, so we talked about CeeDee Lamb. We talked about Cooper and Wilson getting involved because we shut down I think Jarwin was the other one, right? We kind of shut down Jarwin. So they started shifting over towards CeeDee Lamb. And once they realized that we were covering CeeDee Lamb decently well, that's when they went to Cooper and Wilson. And when you can only get 2 or 3 passes out to them, Schultz becomes involved. And Schultz had a field day. That's the reason why we had trouble stopping him. LD Gibson asks, I just wonder if everybody was healthy, if we could have beat them. It's possible. It is possible. I'm saying it's possible. I'm not saying that we would beat them, but I'm saying it's possible. It all depends on how Joe Brady would choose to use CMC. We all know that Justin Burris would come in and take away a touchdown from Dallas. So again, that brings you to a 1-point game. I think the rest of it would stay pretty much where it was. We'd take away 6 of those 245 rushing yards. And it would still be dangerous enough that Dallas could still move the ball and keep moving down the field. But could Burris be more involved in getting an interception, maybe? Who knows? I don't think he's been known for getting interceptions this year, but you never know. There's a first for anything. And also offensively, I would have liked to see us use those checkdowns. So that would have moved one of our drives forward, and we would have gotten probably 3 out of it. So it could have happened. If we had punted on that 53-yard field goal attempt that we missed, who knows what would have happened there. But I know for sure those 2 interceptions didn't really have much of an impact. Because late in the game we came back. So, you can kind of throw those out the window. You can kind of throw that 1 sack out the window as well. That shouldn't have happened from Cameron Irving. So, there's a lot of different aspects that could have definitely led to a win. Had we had everybody in that was critical to what we were doing. J.C. Horn would have definitely limited CeeDee Lamb a good bit. I think he would have still had 1 catch instead of the 2. But he might have still had the 2 catches. But he still would have shut him down. I think that stat sheet would have probably looked about the same, realistically. Minus 1 touchdown. Off probably Schultz. I think that touchdown probably would have been erased from Schultz had Burris been in. And we would have played some red zone defense then at that point. But again, Chandler is still a liability, so it's 50-50 whether you want to put that touchdown on the board or not. That's the thing. We don't know. We aren't 100% sure what Burris would do in the game. He would be successful, of course, but how successful? That's the question. And how much would CMC change the entire game plan? That's the other thing. We don't know. But thank you for the question. Appreciate it, LD. You always ask the right questions up in here, man. I appreciate this. He follows my logic. Yeah, for sure. So, rushing first downs, they got 12. That was the problem. That's the main reason we lost. I'll say that right here, right out of the gate. We could not stop the rushing game at all. And if you cannot shut down that rushing game, you're in trouble with the Cowboys. Because that's how they start opening up their offense. And our D-line just did not get it done today. Now, I'm not saying they're not great. They're great. But they just didn't get it done today. So we're going to have to take a look at that. We're going to reevaluate those defense tackles. We're going to see exactly how good they are in the next couple of games. And we're going to put a proper measurement on these guys. Now that we've seen this. Because when you think back, you look back at the Saints, we shut down Kamara to 5 yards? But that's easy considering he was the only person we had to focus on. When the running back is the only person you have to focus on, of course you're going to put up some crazy numbers, right? Some crazy Madden type numbers. So, but when you got all of these weapons, like CeeDee Lamb, you got Schultz, you got Cooper, you got Wilson, you got Jarwin to worry about too. Not to mention Ezekiel Elliott on his little swing passes and stuff like that, check down passes. There's a lot of weapons to take into account. So you're not going to shut down all of them. You could shut down probably 3/4 of them, but you can't shut them all down. And whatever you don't shut down, Dak Prescott is going to use. So when you start looking at that, plus the running game going at full speed, because you got to focus on the wide receivers, not just the running back. Yeah, these numbers are going to be at the normal pace for running backs, or a little bit above. In this case, a little bit above, because we were focused so much on the wide receivers, we totally forgot about Elliott, who had 143 and a touchdown against us. And if you forget about Elliott, you're in deep trouble. If you forget about CeeDee Lamb, you're in deep trouble. If you forget about Schultz, like we did today, you're in deep trouble. 6 for 8. We chose to focus on CeeDee Lamb, who only had 2 catches for a third. It shows you when our defense attacks a certain player, and we limit them to 2 catches, 13 yards. That shows that our defense is still very, very strong and should definitely be considered top 15. When we only had to worry about Kamara. If you have an average, you're going to see at least 100 yards out of Kamara by himself with the Saints in trouble. That's just a thing. If your defense is average. So these defensive tackles are pretty doggone good. I'm not going to say they're great now after watching 143 yards, but we still got some work to do, but we were focusing on everything else. Plus Ezekiel Elliott. So what are you going to do? You got to focus on somebody. Whoever you don't focus on is going to burn you. It's the same thing when you're dealing with Tom Brady with all his weapons. Somebody's going to burn you. It doesn't matter who it is, it's going to burn you. Whoever you do not double team, whoever you do not focus on, will roast you. In this case, it was Schultz. So, I thought we did a pretty good job of limiting what these other receivers could do. We did kind of give up on Schultz. We kind of did give up on Ezekiel Elliott, but Notice that. Look at the catches versus the targets. You got 6 for 8 with Schultz. We forgot about him, so naturally that's going to be 6 for 8. CeeDee Lamb, 2 for 5. Jarwin, 1 for 3. We focused on them. You can obviously tell who we focused on by the stats. And Elliott, 0 for 1. That allowed Cooper and Wilson to both get a touchdown. And plus Sean Tanner is a liability. I'm going to keep saying it until they take this man off the field. Troy Boston 2.0, that's all I'm going to say right now. Y'all saw the film. Y'all saw the game. I don't need to say nothing more. So, we move on into the passing first downs. Notice that they only had 10. Despite it being Dak Prescott. So that kind of shows you our secondary and our defense is kind of stronger than people think it is. So we are appropriately ranked in the top 15 with our defense right now. Absolutely. I'd rank us 12th, and I'm not changing it. Based on what I've seen. Until I see Chandler get taken off the field and put in somebody that's better than him, I'm not changing it. Despite Dak Prescott, they still went 3 for 9 on third downs. Now, why do you think that is? Again, it's our coverage. We got AJ back. You know? We got Dante Jackson just lighting up the other side. They were not able to get anything on Jackson's side of the field. It was just not happening. It's just not happening. This dude was lighting it up today. So, by the same token, we should have better than 4 for 13 on third down conversion because we should have been checking that ball down. When there's been 8 people in the box, we should have checked it down to a running back in the middle of the field. So, that should have been about probably 7 for 13. If you want to be realistic about it. Fourth down conversions, we had 3 for 3. They had 1 for 1. Now tell me why we had to settle for 3 attempts at fourth down, one of them in our own territory. Check it down. And we did. We did in the fourth quarter. Look how well our offense moved in the fourth quarter. We didn't even have very many third down attempts in the fourth quarter. Because we did that. So, moving on to total net yards. They had 433. We had 379. 379 is respectable against a very, very tough Dallas team. I like it. I'm happy with it. We moved the ball an average of 5.6 total net yards. Not bad. I mean, could be a lot better, but hey, I'll take it. I'll take it. Against the Dallas Cowboys, I'll take it. You know, I've seen a lot worse. Net yards rushing, 113 versus their 245. We kind of lost that battle. 4.7 average rush per play. That's still a really good average, considering. If you look at what we've got in our running back core, that's still really good. I'll take it. And that's without CMC. CMC pushes that past 5. So, and that's what you should expect to see when you see CMC come in with all those carries. It's going to go past 5.0 for sure, without a doubt. Now, whether that goes past 5.5, who knows? Depends on the opponent. Net yards passing, 266 versus their 188. We did good. Gross yards passing, it ended up being 301 versus their 188. Not too shabby. Despite all those blitzes, again, 26 for 39, Sam Darnold. If you throw away the sacks, if you throw away the interceptions, it's still 26 for 39 for 300 yards. You can't. Come on. How you going to hate on that? How you going to hate on that, folks? I can't. All right, so even with Dak Prescott, this is where that number's not going to look good for Dak. 14 for 22. Without the pass rushing and without the pressure on him. Because really we didn't put that much pressure on him. As much. So obviously we need to improve that just a hair. Just a hair more. If we want to have an elite pass rushing. Now, I'm not saying our pass rushing isn't really good, but it can be better. It can be great. All right, so average pass per play, average game per pass play is 6.0 for us, 8.5 for them. And again, that's taking into account yards after the catch and what coverages these wide receivers and running backs and tight ends face. Not a bad number, but we can definitely increase it. Okay, so let's talk about penalties. I felt like there were 3 legitimate ones that really warranted discussing for us. One of them was where I forget the player's name, but they grabbed onto the back of the back of the helmet, and it came off when they were trying to bring this guy down, and I felt like they called that one a face mask. I don't know about that. I don't know about that one. I think maybe come up with a rule for that if you want to, but that's not a face mask. I'm sorry. If you pull a player's helmet off, that's not a face mask. If you have your hand actively on the face mask, yes, that's a face mask. If you do not take your hands off the face mask, that's a face mask. Obviously. That's obvious NFL rule right there. But taking a guy's helmet off when trying to tackle a guy, to me, that's like the tearaway jerseys back in the day. Come on. Let it go. That's not a face mask. The second one was a holding penalty that was declined on Miller on the offensive line. I didn't see it. I'm sorry, I didn't see it. It was declined, so it didn't matter, but still. it still warranted talking about because it's offensive line related. And there was one major non-call that really ticked me off. I don't remember if this was a tackle for a loss or a sack, but you could tell this guy was clearly across the line when Sam hiked that ball. You could tell. It was obvious. The guy was clearly half a body's length over the line of scrimmage. I don't understand it. When Matt Paradis hiked that ball, he was clearly over the line. I don't see how the line judge is that blind that he did not see that one. I do have to call you on that one, man. That was... You need some context, bro. That was a really bad dawn call. It affected us. It affected our chemistry on that drive. You could tell. It threw off our rhythm. And I was not happy with it. It cost a 3 and out. It was part of the reason it was a 3 and out, but it wasn't the whole reason it was a 3 and out, but it was part of it. The rest of it was they were loading the box with 7 people. But still. They did not call that. And I was like, ref, are you alive? Hello? Do you have a heartbeat? Throw the flag. I was like, come on, bro. That's some garbage, man. That's some circus stuff right there. Alright, so... Oh, God. So we had 3 punts. Should have been 4 punts. But whatever. Red zone efficiency 4 for 4. Goal to go efficiency 2 for 2. That's what you want to see, ladies and gentlemen. That's what leads to 28 points right there. That's what we've been missing out on. Remember how we've been having the goal to go problems? We've been having the red zone efficiency problems? Not today, we didn't. Nope. We got creative and we solved that problem. Of course, Dak Prescott 3 for 3 and 2 for 2, respectively. But, we held on to the ball for 33 minutes and 36 seconds. And we got 28 points out of that 33 minutes and 36 seconds. Now, we look back over here, excuse the yawn. Dak Prescott had the ball for 26-24, and he was still able to do that much damage against our defense. Imagine a weaker opponent. You don't have to imagine it because you just saw it last week. 41 points. That's scary. Imagine what that offense could do when it's fully running and full of steam. Oh my God. We didn't exactly catch that offense. I'll say this. We did a heck of a job managing it. For what it's worth, we did a heck of a job managing it. So we're looking at the final defensive stats. And what in the world is this man doing at the top of it? With 8 combined tackles. Sean Chandler is at the top of it. Huh? Of all people, that's the last person I expected to be at the top. I'll be honest with you. But look how many open field tackles he had. 3. 3 out of the 8. So he had help on 5 more of those tackles. To me, that kind of doesn't count for much. For me, just throw him into 3 tackle category. Count that as far as open field tackles. Jeremy Chin, 5 out of a combined 6. We already know this man can open field tackle. Again, I'm tired, so forgive me. Shaq, 4 for 5. Again, we already know he can open field tackles. Same thing with Brian Burns, 3 for 4. But Brian Burns with a clutch pass deflection at the right moment. Pass deflections are excellent no matter when you can get them. But in clutch moments, nice job. I love me some Spider Burns right now. I'm telling you that right now. When you get those pass deflections at the right moment on third down situations, you are the hero of the defense. I will tell you that right now. I love pass deflections no matter how I can get them. Sam Franklin had a pass deflection. He also had a quarterback hit with 3 tackles. Big moments. Again, you saw Franklin get heavily involved in the first quarter. Jermaine Carter with 4 total tackles, 2 by himself. Excellent. Henderson 3 for 3. Reddick 2 for 3. Nothing exciting there. AJ 2 for 3. It was kind of spread out today. Melvin 2 for 2. And beyond that, nothing really too exciting except for Dante Jackson getting the pass deflection there. And Frankie Louvu getting his pass deflection. But nothing really shows up in the stats about how dominant Dante Jackson really was today. You're not going to see that in the stats. You know why you're not going to see that in the stats? Because the stats are half the story. You got to watch the games. This man was forcing some incompletions left and right over there. They tried targeting the guy he was on like 5 or 6 times and just could not get that ball over there. Dante says, give him the finger wag. Not today. So, I'm proud of him, man. I'm proud of Dante. He's such a great day for this man right here. Dante was just a fantastic day. I can't even argue the success over there. They tried targeting over there like, 4 or 5 times? Nothing doing? Dante was like, You can keep trying, but I'm gonna keep knocking this thing down. I'm gonna keep making this guy hear my footsteps. It's just gonna happen, man. That's not gonna show up in the stat sheet. Y'all already know this. It's not gonna show up. It doesn't have to. He's a lockdown corner for a reason. You can look through these quarter sheets here. For scoring information. That's kind of new. I didn't know. I hadn't seen this before in the box scores. Okay, largest lead, drives leading, time of possession leading. Okay, largest deficit. Okay. And yet again, we don't see any playtime percentage, which is what I would like to see to find out how much each one of these players is being rotated. That would explain a lot of questions I have about the rotation of players and how much time they're being put out on the field. I've got major questions when it comes to that. Because I want to know hold on. I want to know what's going on between Cameron Irving, Trent Scott. How much is Trent Scott being rotated in? You know, how much is Dennis Daly being rotated in? How much is you know, how much are we rotating in Sean Chandler? You know what I mean? Like, I want to know this stuff. How much playtime did we use for CJ Henderson? You know, we don't. But Henderson got burnt on that one play, though. Henderson got burnt on that one play. So we just got to be careful. Injury report. I don't think we really had anybody injured today. You know, Shaq with the back issues continuing on. But he was full practice going into this game. And you did see him go down for a little bit. So hopefully, you know, it wasn't related to that back injury. But we'll never know until Monday, right? So we'll just see how that rolls. So with that being the case, I think we pretty much rolled through the entire stat sheet, unless there's something else that people want to discuss before we get into these other scores and stuff like that, and start taking a look at that. You know, you guys name a player, we'll talk about. I'll give y'all a minute. Well, I'm kind of checking out a couple of things here. I don't need that. And we'll also get some reactions from the Facebook groups as well. So we'll do that. But if you guys want to suggest any players or any teams or anything that you guys want to talk about, throw them in. Now is the time. Because I'm about to start cruising through some of these scores in some of these games and kind of looking at what's going on here around the rest of the league. All right, nothing. Okay, let's go into these games then. All right, so we got a 3-0 Bucks lead halfway through the first. I would assume that score is going to be much larger by the end of this. If Brady gets the ball for any significant amount of time, it's going to be ugly for that New England defense. So, like I said, I don't expect that 3-0 score to stay there very long. Okay. So we got Cincinnati over Jacksonville. That was Thursday. Yeah, Arizona beat the Rams. Now, that's one I wanted to talk about. Thank you, CD. I'm glad you brought that one up. 37-20. That's what's making me want to buy into the Cardinals now. And this whole Rams 3-1 record is kind of throwing me for a loop here. And this 4-0 record by the Cardinals is throwing me for a loop too a little bit. Because let's look at these teams that they played against. Plus, we'll look at the stats of this specific game first. We're looking at 465 total yards from the Cardinals today. That's nasty. 27 first downs for the Cards. And they had the ball for about 35 minutes. The Rams had 2 turnovers, even though they put up 401 yards and 24 first downs. And turnovers cost you games. It's a thing. So here's my thing. Is Arizona for real? Well, let's take a look. Murray went 24 for 32, 268 yards and 2 touchdowns. Edmonds, their running back, went 12 carries, 120 yards. AJ Green went 5 catches and 67 yards and a touchdown. So, that's a little bit interesting to me. That Rams D looked pretty sturdy up until they faced the Bucks. The Bucks gave them a blueprint of how to beat them. So Murray said, I'm a student of the game. I'm going to study all of this film, and I'm going to use all of these weaknesses against you. Sure enough, there it is. Stafford goes 26 for 41, 280 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. So it would appear as though Sam Darnold has outplayed Stafford today. Wow. Even with 2 interceptions and a sack. Need I go on? Need I keep going with that? Nope, I don't think so. So, Arizona's rushing. Edmonds gets 120 yards. Connor gets 50 and 2 touchdowns. Nuke Hopkins gets 4 catches and 67 yards. on 7 targets. Still as dangerous as ever. AJ Green, 5 catches, 67 yards off of 6 targets. Still as dangerous as ever. If you give these guys time, if you guys give these guys a proper route, they will take advantage of it and it will burn you. Alright, so what happened to the Rams defense? Well, ladies and gentlemen, they got exposed. And they got exposed hard by Tom Brady. I don't need to remind you of last week's score. Because y'all should already know it. I don't need to remind you what happened to the Rams defensively against Tom Brady. Because you should already know. Tom Brady shreds defenses. It happens. Every single week. Whether he's playing good or whether he's not playing well. Tom Brady will still shred you. He managed to get 24 points on the board for Tampa last week against that tough Rams D. Now, Fuller says, I see all these weaknesses that you just exposed. I see them all. And I'll raise you one. Alright, so. But notice the tackle for a loss column is 7 for the Rams. There's 7 total. Three sacks. And they still managed to get 37 points. Okay. Cardinals are starting to be for real now. I'm starting to buy into this. So, I think, the Cards are going to surprise us. But we shouldn't be surprised, considering this is not the same Cardinals team as we've been facing before. So let me see when we play them again. Which week? Let me see what's around it. Because that'll tell us how we should attack this team when we get there. We got New England before them. All right, so we're gonna come off a New England game, fully prepared to take on Arizona. That's what's gonna happen. And that Arizona game is in Arizona. That's a 4 p.m. start time. Keep that in mind, folks. That's a 4 p.m. start time. So we're going to be changing up the stream schedule to adjust to that. Because it is Arizona. So I will post what times the stream will be on week 10. So you guys don't miss it. I'll be posting that way beforehand. So you guys won't miss it. Trust me. Keep your eyes peeled for the Facebook page. Keep pounding in all caps. Join that if you haven't already. You'll get updates on when I'm streaming, when I'm not. I'll probably publicly announce any stream time changes on YouTube as well. But just in case I don't, look for it on the Facebook page for sure. And I'll make sure it's out there. But that 4 o'clock is going to definitely change the stream time, I think. We'll probably go from like 8 to midnight or something like that. Probably what we're going to do. Depends on when that game ends. But we're going to face them right after New England. I think we'll be fully prepared. We'll be ready. We'll be facing a tough Patriots team. So I just want everybody to be rested up and ready to go after that New England game. That's all I want to see. Yeah, be prepared and be ready. Okay. So back to this. We got a 34-30 Washington win over Atlanta. Now, Washington is not impressive, neither is Atlanta. That score suggests they both have terrible defenses. Do not use either one of them in fantasy, or you will get roasted. You will be sorely disappointed. Now, this next score is the one I want to point out to everybody right here. This is important for people to pay attention to. Buffalo 40-0 over Houston. 40-0. You saw what we did to Houston. Now do you see what we're dealing with Buffalo? I warned y'all about them. I warned y'all. Look at this score. Their defense put up a goose egg on the board. That's how strong Buffalo's defense is. I warned y'all, man. Buffalo is going to be a heck of a game. We're in for a titanic battle there. I don't think we're going to come out of there with a win. I'm telling you, I don't think so. In December. It's going to be rough. It's going to be rock'em sock'em robots for about 3 quarters. That's what it's going to look like on defense. We're both just going to be battling each other on defensively. And then finally, you're going to see some Buffalo break free and start getting some points on the board. But be prepared to see some punts early in that game, though. That's a nasty Buffalo team. They're poised to make a deep run. Chicago 24 over Detroit. 24-14. Not a surprise there. Detroit's awful. Indianapolis 27-17 over Miami. Without Tua, Miami's offense is dead. It's not entirely dead, but they're starting to dig some graves. 17 is not enough. If you want to battle the Colts, 17 is not enough. The way the Colts are playing right now. And that season could drop dramatically right there if they keep that up. But 17, we could beat 17 points. Come on. That Miami offense isn't scary anymore. It's not as frightening anymore. We talked about Cleveland and Minnesota. Minnesota's defense only holding Cleveland to 14 points is scary. Don't sleep on Minnesota's defense. Giants 27-21 over the Saints. Oh, it's Christmas morning in New Orleans. It's Christmas morning. You'll love to see that score right there. You'll love to see it in overtime, too. Wow. The Saints are really trash this year without Breeze. That just goes to show you how much Breeze did for the Saints and how much they depend on their wide receivers. God. Tampa Bay just missed a field goal. Really? Oh. Hold up. We're dealing with New England here. So Tampa missed a field goal. How deep of a field goal was that? You gotta be kidding me. 36 yards? Good old Ryan Suckup. Good old South Carolina Kickers. Gotta love it. Didn't he have trouble last week too? Against the Rams? Oh man. I remember seeing something where he had trouble last week. And that's crazy. Alright, so here's another crazy score. 27-14 New York Jets over the Titans. Does somebody want to explain what the heck is going on with Tennessee right now? To where you can't even beat the Jets? What is happening right now? The Giants and the Jets, both New York teams, won this week against teams they should not be beating. Somebody explain this one to me, because this is going to be all over sports radio this week. I promise you. Tennessee and the Saints are about to be humiliated on sports radio. It's going to be bad. It's going to be horrible. Brace yourselves, fans. Fans of the Jets. I mean, fans of Tennessee and the Saints. Brace yourselves. It's going to be a bumpy week. That's so bad when the Jets beat you. Yeah, exactly. In overtime, nonetheless. In overtime. What in the world? Can we get... Wow. I mean, we shouldn't be laughing too much because they almost beat us. But at the same token, man, Tennessee had 30 first downs, 430 total yards, no turnovers, and y'all still can't beat the Jets. Lord have mercy. Please explain this one to me because I don't understand it. When Derrick Henry goes 33 carries for 157 yards and a touchdown, and y'all still can't beat the Jets. God, Titans. What in the world? What am I even looking at right now? Ryan Tannehill goes 30 for 49, 298 yards and a touchdown. And it's still not enough. What is going on? What? Why? We saw the same thing with the Titans last week too, didn't we? Let's see. Wasn't that rattling off some crazy numbers that Derrick Henry put up, and they still went to overtime? I need to see this. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Yeah, it was a week 2. It's the Seahawks, right? Yeah, it was against the Seahawks. They went to overtime. Yeah, Derrick Henry puts up like 35 carries, 150, 182 yards, 3 touchdowns, and Seattle still takes you to overtime. Wow. Like Tennessee, your defense is horrendous. Your defense is horrendous. That's got to be one of the last 10 defenses in the league. If you let the Jets beat you in overtime, I just baffles my mind. You literally have the best running back besides Christian McCaffrey in the league right now. Right? That's sad. That's real sad. Meanwhile, the Chiefs on the rebound, 42-30 over the Eagles. Now the Eagles, don't read into that 30 points too much because the Chiefs have been having some trouble on defense. Don't read into that too much. Because if we look at some of the scores the Chiefs have been giving up here, all right, so the Eagles got 30 first downs. They got 461 first total yards. You know, but hold up, hold up, hold up. We're gonna look. We're gonna look at the Chiefs. That's who I want to look at right now. You got a 33-29 win over the Browns, and the Browns have been really on fire lately. They give up 36 points against the Ravens. All right, so we're talking about 29 against the Browns, 36 against the Ravens, 30 points against the Chargers, and now 30 points against the Eagles. That defense is looking real weak. We know what the problem is. It's that defense with the Chiefs. And the Bills are about to expose it. Oh no. The Bills, they got the Bills next week. They better be thanking their lucky stars that's in KC. Because if that was up in Buffalo, they'd be in some trouble. I'll tell you that much. You got that Buffalo home crowd rocking right now. The way Buffalo's been playing. You got to deal with that too? Ooh. No. No, thank you. No, thank you. I'll take on those Bills at home in KC. That's where I would take them on. You don't want that. You don't want that Buffalo smoke right now, man. I'm telling you. But yeah, Buffalo's gonna expose them next week. on defense. But Patrick Mahomes and that offense are the reason they are 2-2 right now. He's the reason they have 2 wins. That offense is the reason they have 2 wins. If that offense was not counterbalancing it, they'd be in some serious trouble. All right, we talked about Arizona. So we covered that one. Seattle 28-21 in San Francisco. That's always a tight battle between those two. Whenever San Francisco has a tough team, it's always a tough battle. Always. I've never known it not to be. Especially in the Bay. You know? These two teams, it gets ugly. So, Seattle has traditionally held the upper hand as of the past 20 years, but overall, I would say probably the 49ers have the advantage as a whole. Record was. I have to see the total record to be able to tell you, but it's always fun watching those two go at it. Especially when San Francisco finally puts together a team. You know, Seattle's been putting up a team for the past 20 years, so yeah, not a surprise. But when San Francisco puts up a team, that game becomes titanic in the division title race. It really, really does. And it's not a surprise to see Seattle come out on top. Really, it's not. Because that Seattle defense held San Francisco to 21. And that's an explosive San Francisco offense. So, when I tell you do not sleep on Seattle's defense, now you see I'm not joking. There it is. In full force. That's what it's capable of doing. And Seattle, let's take a look at San Francisco's numbers up until now. What they've been able to accomplish. So I think this is relevant. Because we may see one of these two in the wild card race. Once we get our 10 wins. But San Francisco, despite having a very powerful offense, well, a very powerful I'm going to backtrack that, actually. I'm going to backtrack that. Because they got held to fans boasting that they had the second best defense in the league and yada, yada, yada. Yeah, you got lucky against San Francisco. Take us on and we'll see. We'll see. Okay? So, we just got an update. New England Patriots just scored against Tampa Bay 7-3. Alright, so Mac Jones has been reading that scouting report as well, it looks like. And he found all the Tampa Bay holes from last week. Not bad, Mac. They drove the ball against Tampa's defense. Yep. He found all their weak spots in the film. That man does his homework. I gotta give full respect to Mac Jones for that. But yeah, getting back to San Francisco, you got a 41-33 win over the Lions, showing that their offense is potent. But the Eagles shut them down to 17 points. It was still a 17-11 win. So that San Francisco defense showed up. 11 points. Then we go into the Packers game. This is in San Francisco. And they lost to the Packers 30-28. They made it a game. Give them credit. They made it a game. And then they lose to the Seahawks 28-21. So, I mean, this is an in and out team. You know, it's kind of counterbalanced. Back and forth, kind of a teeter-totter. I'm not sure what to think of the 49ers right now. But what I do know is that 2-2 record is legit. So, you know, how they did was how they did. You know, against a tough Packers team and a tough Seattle team. You know, they put up respectable point numbers. I can't argue with that. This is a tough San Francisco team. So, you know, don't sleep on them. Yeah, they got the Cards next. They're probably going to get slammed by the Cards. They got a tough schedule. They got the Colts. The Bears are fairly simple, but they got the Cards again on 11-7. Then the Rams. They get a little bit of a break against the Jaguars. A little trap game against the Vikings. Seattle again. The Bengals, who have been red hot lately. Who knows if they'll stay red hot by that point in the season. They get a break against the Falcons. They get a break against the Titans. Texans are easy. And then the Rams to finish out. So, I mean, that's a relatively rough season for the 49ers. I got odds on Seattle winning the division right now. Just point blank looking at that schedule and how wishy-washy the 49ers are right now. But they're right there, though. They're right there. Who knows if they split with the Seattle Seahawks? Who knows what might happen? You know, they might feel cocky and try to take on that Cardinals team and think, well, we put up a decent score against Seattle. Maybe we could take on this Cardinals team. No. Rams are going to blow them out too. That'll be ugly. Rams are going to blow them out probably twice. But the Rams won't have everybody in when the end of the season hits. So, who knows? That might be a tighter game than you think towards the end. All right, so we're looking at Baltimore 23-7. We all saw this coming. Come on. If you didn't see this coming, I never bought into Denver at all. I said it yesterday, and I'm saying it today. I do not buy into Denver. 23-7, and that score proves it. Come on. Do you really need to see anything else? Baltimore's offense isn't exactly spectacular, but they got the job done. You know, they've been in the upper echelon of the league for the past 3 or 4 weeks. So, not a surprise, you know, but just outside of the top 10 for me is Baltimore's offense. It's right around where we are. But we're slightly higher because we just put up the 28 this week. So, That knocks Denver off the undefeated ranks. We're out of the undefeated ranks. Rams are out of the undefeated ranks. All right, so Green Bay defeats Pittsburgh 27-17 in Lambeau Field in September. That just goes to show you how much trouble the Steelers are having right now. They're really in rough shape. And they were saying on the sports radio this morning how Big Ben was not able to do it anymore. With all due respect, I love Big Ben, as a player and as a person, but it's just time for him to hang up the cleats. He's had a very, very successful career, and I applaud him for that. But it's, in my opinion, it really is time. But maybe he could be helpful as like a quarterback's coach or something like that. You never know. Yeah, he's still got the brain. He's absolutely still got the brain. Big Ben's a smart man. I'm surprised he's lasted as long as he has. Now, if you had asked me like 10 years ago why Big Ben is still out there, I would have told you exactly why. The dude's a freaking tank. The dude's built like the Hulk out there. You're not going to bring that dude down in his prime. You're just not. But now, in the last 3-4 years, you're starting to see his body start to crumble a little bit, and people are starting to get him. And, it's kind of sad to watch, but, you knew it had to happen at some point. So, with Green Bay's defense being what they are, still having trouble, but they managed to stop Big Ben to 17 points. I'm not surprised. But credit to Mike Tomlin. He's an excellent coach. I think they'll figure out a way out of it. We'll see what happens towards playoff time, but, because the Steelers always come out of nowhere around playoff time and just sneak in there again. They always do. And it starts around week 9. Week 9 and 10. But they somehow pull it off. So yeah, that's the league right now. That's what's going on with the league. Who knows if Pittsburgh can pull it off again or not? Can they pull off the impossible with the Chargers and the Raiders in the hunt? You got KC in the hunt over there. You got Baltimore. That you never want to sleep on Baltimore in the AFC race. And then Cleveland coming out of nowhere, and here comes the Bengals, the most surprising one out of all of them, coming out of nowhere. So it's going to be a wild race. Buffalo's going to win the North, obviously. But most recent update: Tom Brady got sacked and Tampa got stopped again. New England's defense is playing good. That's what we like to hear. Yes, sir. Yes. You'll love to see it. I don't want to technically throw my allegiance in with the Pats this week, but I would definitely love to see the Bucks lose. I would love to see it happen. I wouldn't count my chickens before they hatch, though. Because here's the thing. Tom Brady does start out slow. If you looked at some of the box scores of, the past couple of weeks, he does start out slow. But it's that third quarter, once he figures out your defense, then you're screwed. And it's not hard for him to do it either. He's seen everything. He has literally seen everything. Mike Evans already has 5 catches for 55 yards. Antonio Brown already has 4 catches for 44. And I mean, at this rate, it's not going to end well for New England's defense if this keeps going. You got Leonard Fournette with 7 carries, 44 yards. That's only going to be bigger by the end of this. If they find a way to use him, it won't end well for you, New England. So, and as I've told teams before, don't think just because you got a 7-3 lead on a Tom Brady led team that you could just sit there and say, "Oh well, we got this lead, maybe we can let off a little." Nope. It's Tom Brady, man. You never sleep on Tom Brady. That's the worst mistake you can make in the league. The absolute worst. Never sleep on them. Okay, this 24-21 win by Cincinnati. I want to check out Cincinnati. I've been wanting to check them out ever since Thursday night. Now I got my chance to. Alright, so Trevor Lawrence going 17 for 24, 204 yards. Nothing spectacular. He's still transitioning. Give him time. But here's the interesting thing. Joe Burrow went 25 for 32, 348 yards and 2 touchdowns. Joe Burrow was throwing some game, but he was throwing some absolute darts. I started paying attention to that game. I was just like, what am I looking at? I was like, is this the same Joe Burrow that I saw in college? Because if it is, I don't recognize him. I'm going to be real with you. I don't recognize him. This dude was slinging some balls, man. Whoever's working with him is doing a fantastic job. Because I guarantee you, this is not the only game that he was slinging balls like that this year. I can guarantee that. Mixon, 16 carries, 67 yards and a touchdown. Nothing too exciting there until you look at Boyd, 9 receptions, 118 yards for Cincinnati, the wide receiver. And Jacksonville puts up 21 points. They think, well, we got this. Third quarter, here comes the Bengals. 14-14. But that offense doesn't do anything until you see him in the fourth quarter. Then they start really lighting it up. Yeah, you see 14 unanswered in the third quarter. Jacksonville's defense kind of gets lazy. They think, oh, well, we got this. We got this game. You know, it's Trevor Lawrence. What are we afraid of? You know? You know, we got the best rookie quarterback in the league, right? What do we have to fear? Apparently, you have to fear Joe Burrow. Because this man came firing back 14 unanswered in the third quarter. And another 10 points in the fourth quarter to win the game. Meanwhile, Jacksonville only gets about 7 points. That's it. And you cannot sit and expect to win a game in the NFL if you take your foot off the gas. Point blank. Cincinnati has found their offense. 420 yards total. Total. That's what some of these other teams are getting right now that are major contenders right now. 420 yards. 21 first downs. No turnovers. I mean, screenshot this, folks, because you're never going to see Cincinnati at the top of the AFC North standings again. This is not going to happen very often. This is like watching a meteor hit the earth. This is what we're dealing with here. Cincinnati, man. Are you kidding me? If you're a Bengals fan, screenshot the heck out of this right now. If you're in my chat. Enjoy it. That is so wild, dude. Very rarely, if ever, do you see the Cleveland Browns, the Cincinnati Bengals, and our team leading a division all at the same time. Playing well all at the same time. Very rarely do you ever see that. I don't think I've ever seen it. In the years that I've been watching NFL football, I don't think I've ever seen that happen. Now, I've seen the Cardinals go 4-0. That's not new. You know, I've seen the Packers go 3-1. That's not new. I've seen the Cowboys go 3-1. That's not new. I've seen the Raiders go 3-0 a few times. That's not new. Buffalo was kind of expected, you know, without Tom Brady and Gronk up there in New England. Not a surprise. And Tennessee's been fighting some rough battles here. This is a trash division. The AFC South is garbage. It is just pure garbage. It's getting as bad as the NFC East was back then. Nobody wanted that division last year. And nobody still wants the AFC South right now. Tennessee, Houston, the Colts. The Colts are 1-3. They're not playing like a 1-3 team, but they're there, you know. And then you got Jacksonville, who's absolute trash. Yeah, it's complete garbage division right here. So, to me, if you've been playing AFC South teams and you're the Bengals, it's no surprise you're 3-1. The problem is they haven't. they've been beating teams like the Vikings, which is a trap game. And look, the Vikings almost trapped them. Look at that, 27-24. Watch out. I'm telling you, Vikes are not a team to play with right now. They're not a team to sleep on. Now y'all see what I'm talking about. This is a trap game on our schedule coming up. But you got to go through the Eagles first. We're going to surprise the Eagles, and then we got to deal with the Vikes as a trap game. But we can beat them. It's an absolute win for us on the board, but we got to take it. We can't just settle for it. We got to take it. Same with the Eagles. We can't just assume we're going to go into that game against Philadelphia in Minnesota and think, oh, well, this is going to be simple. No. Play like we just did in the past 4 weeks, and we should get 2 more wins. It's going to happen. But the Bengals lost to the Bears. A little bit of a surprise there. Beat a struggling Steelers team, 24-10. That's, it's expected. And then they beat the Jaguars, 24-21. Yeah, so that offense is still sputtering a little bit. It's still sputtering. But it's coming to life. It is. I think the Packers are probably going to snuff it, and then they're going to let it back up against the Lions. Ravens are going to snuff it again. They'll try to pick it back up against the Jets. Browns are going to shut it down. Raiders will shut it down. They'll probably get some offense against the Steelers again. And then the Chargers will knock it down. Niners will knock it down. Broncos, who knows what they're going to be doing by that point. Ravens will stomp them. Chiefs will stomp them. Browns will stomp them. Yeah, it's still not going to end well for the Bengals in the end of this. But this is the first glimmer of hope the Cincinnati Bengals fans have had in a long, long time. So I'm happy for them. I'm legitimately happy for them. I hope they do well. And they get some surprise wins on some people. Who knows? You never know when that offense might come out of the woodwork and start stomping somebody like the Packers. Or maybe even the Ravens. Who knows? You don't know. Burrow's throwing some darts. That's why they play these games every week. Tampa, 1st and 10 on their own 5. Whoa. Okay. Belichick's winning that field position battle right now. But for how long? That's the question. How long? Alright, so we're going to get a couple of reactions from Facebook. Torian says, go hard or go home. Panthers Nation. That's right. Got a like there. I don't really feel like listening to Matt Rule post-game stuff. Because really, I've broken this game down better than I think the media could ever break him. Get out of any of our coaches. Alright, so we're going to start with Panthers Unleashed 2.0. Let's see what y'all got to say. Let's see if we got something exciting. We did have Greg Olson as the commentator for this game, so that was exciting. Head coach Matt Rule. I truly love and appreciate all the people who didn't believe in us. Yeah. All right. Wearing that blue uniform. JC Horn on the IR. Nothing new. Press conference. Okay. And then that's the stuff about the trade. All right. Yeah, and there's all the ages of our defensive players. We got Brian Burge is 23, Derek Brown's 23, Daquan Jones is 29, Morgan Fox is 27, Shaq is 27, Jermaine Carter's 26, Riddick is 27, Horn is 21, Dante Jackson's 25, CJ is 22, AJ is 30, and then Jeremy Chimp's 23. You know, so we got a really, really young defense. And these guys are going to continue to develop every year, and they're going to get more and more dangerous and scary. So Christian McCaffrey is expected to miss a few weeks. LD, I remember you asking me about that. So he's expected to miss a few weeks. Let's check out this article. Let's see what they have to say about this. They have not, as of right now, put him on the IR. So he's still recovering. You know, it's going to be a few weeks, but he's not on the IR. But he was ruled out for this game. And Sam Darnold said, we'll be all right without, obviously we'll want it back. But I want him to take his time right now and make sure he's good for the end of the season. Facts, Sam. Facts, Sam Darnold. This guy is making sure that these players are fully ready to go before they come back. He wants these guys to heal, you know? And you can't argue with that. Ugh, excuse me. You added 5 pictures. Okay. Oh, here we go. Anytime Anthony Wise puts up stuff, it's always interesting. It was actually some clowns in here that said, trade Darnold for Jackson's. Shaking my head, why? You can't win in the playoffs with a running quarterback that can't throw in the pocket. Darnold plays the position like he should. Jackson will never do anything in postseason because defense shut that garbage down. Look at Cam, bigger body. Those hits will take a toll at some point, and mark my words, Jackson will catch a clean hit one day with that fragile body, and it won't be good. One saying, go after Jackson, please. For God's sake, just watch the game and not speak on it anymore. Amen, brother. Amen. I'm with you. Speak your peace, my friend. Speak your peace. Now, I'm trying to dissect what in the world he posted here. some numbers about Big Ben. I don't know, man. Okay, 0-1 record. 13-2 overall. Okay. I'm gonna give him a like, though. He always has something good to say, though. Every time. So I give him respect for that. You know, I love it when he posts stuff. And I'm always pleased to go over some of that stuff. Alright, so we got Frederick here saying, I see the media picking my Panthers to lose against Dallas. Just know if we listen to the media, we wouldn't be 3-0. That's true. That's true. Good point, my man. Good point, my man. You know, just because I predict a loss doesn't mean that, you know, we can't get a win somewhere. You never know. We almost got that win today against Dallas. And I didn't predict that. We got that win over the Saints. I didn't predict that. So now we got that safety net with the Saints game, right? I can be wrong, folks. I can be wrong. And a good chunk of the time, good things happen when I'm wrong. You know, and that's awesome. I like that. Alright, sorry for the language there. Some of these people put some crazy stuff on here. Alright. Sam Darnold's 5 rushing touchdowns, the most by a quarterback in the first 4 games of a season in the NFL Super Bowl era. Yes, sir. Give him that like. Game time, Panthers fans, right there. Gotta love that. Let's go. Take advantage of those receivers. Exactly, man. Exactly. We did just that today. We did exactly that. Alright, so. Anything else that we should focus on? Not seeing anything else at the moment. Panthers Unleashed 2.0. That's usually a good page. Save for some nonsense people, you know, that like to cause trouble and be internet trolls, but you know, you're always gonna have those in every group. They're trying to do better about getting those people out of there. But you know, it is what it is in some of these groups. That a few of them, they just let them run wild. Let's see if there's anything relevant. I don't think so. All right. You know, excuse the yawn, but I think this team is exactly what we think they are. A 10-win road team. We're ready for it. We're ready to make these playoffs again. I think, in summary, I'm going to actually kind of summarize what I think. Give me just 1 second here. And I sometimes like to read off my notes, you know, during streams. So, here we go. We know exactly where our problems are now and how to fix them. In summary, I might have overhyped the defensive tackles a little bit, but they're still really good. Sam looked good. We adjusted our offensive play calling and got as much out of it as we could. I feel like there wasn't much we could really milk out of that offense other than what we did today, without CMC. So, Chandler is still our main problem. He's still a liability out there. We saw him give up 7 today. I was wrong about Ezekiel Elliott. I got to eat some crow there. And we found a way to get the ball into Robbie's hands. That went well, and he and DJ's routes are a little too predictable. Did you notice that hook route where DJ got picked off? Here's the thing. That corner, which also happened to be identified as the corner that we thought was the weakness for Dallas's defense, Mr. Brown out there picked that ball off. On a same hook route when he sees it later. Again, let's get a little more creative than some hook routes. You know what I mean? Once these players have seen him once, they'll know exactly what to do the next time around. They can pass deflect it, they can catch picks, they can do whatever they do. The same thing goes for our defense, though. If you've seen a play 1 or 2 times, be prepared. If you see it again, take advantage of it. Be a ball hawk. If that's in your nature, be a ball hawk. If not, then just pass deflect it. That works too. But yeah, those routes were a little too predictable, and I'd like to see that get a little bit better. Joe learned today that he needs to think quicker on adjustments. Melvin's still a liability in coverage. And again, I wasn't pleased that we had to use our timeouts in stupid ways. Let these guys learn. Let them eat these penalties. That's the only way they're going to learn. We still played like a heck of a game. Still played a heck of a game, man. It was still a heck of a game. Regardless of what you thought of it. Regardless of what other teams are in the media are going to say about it. I thought we played well. We looked bad in the third quarter, but what third quarter have we not looked bad in? Think about that. What third quarter have we not looked bad in? Besides that Texans game. And this dates back to the first year of Matt Rule. This dates back even into Ron Rivera's tenure. What third quarter have we not looked bad in offensively? Come on. The media is going to take this and they're going to run with it. I'm telling you. They're going to think, well, the Panthers are not a legitimate 3-0 team. This, that, and the other. I beg to disagree. This team is a legitimate 3-1 right now. A very legitimate 3-1. But let them think that. Let them think that. Let them have that attitude when we go into Philadelphia. Into this Eagles game. That the Eagles are going to sit there and go, wow, they don't have anything. They ain't got nothing on defense. Dallas exposed them. Nope. Rug. You're in for a big surprise. Because Brian Burns is about to feast. He's about to have a feast on that offensive line next week. And I would not want to be That offensive line that he has to go up against. He's not happy that he didn't get much. I can guarantee you that. Shaq's not happy he didn't get much. Those two are not satisfied until they see some nice numbers on the board. So expect those two to light it up next week. Shaq's going to do what he does. Brian Burns does what he does, to the best of their both of their abilities in their separate areas. Look for it. It's going to be crazy, dude. I'm telling you. We played a heck of a game. We came up 8 points short. Imagine if we changed a few things. We could be playing Sweet Caroline right now. I'm just saying. And we just showed everybody in the NFL we are not to be trifled with. This team is right on track for 10 wins. And if you don't believe it at this point, you're not going to. If you do believe it, welcome to the hype train, because 10 wins is coming. Choo choo! It's coming at you, man. I'm telling you. You can believe it or not believe it, but it's coming. Yeah, I thought this is exactly where I thought we were strength-wise. This team just showed me exactly what I expected to see. I could not be happier, because I don't want that smoke of being 4-0. I don't want that smoke of being 4-0, because people are going to think we are way better than we are. They're going to think we're the Kansas City Chiefs of the NFC if we go 4-0. They're going to think this is the 2015 team 2.0. That's not what we want them to think. That's not how we thrived back in 2015. We made them think that we didn't have this weaponry. We made them think that we didn't have all this strength. That all of this was just stuff that you could sleep on. That's why we did so well in 14 and 15, man, because nobody expected it. It was a team full of nobodies. It was a team full of youngsters. Riff-raff. Players that you would never expect to be on a Super Bowl roster was on it. Come on, man. When we all started out the 14 and 15 years, did y'all ever think in 14 that we would have built that type of a roster? When we started out this year in this offseason, did y'all think that this roster was going to be built to look like this? I certainly didn't. I looked at Scott Fitterer and I said, newbie, there's no way. I had no idea what to expect. And here we are, 3-1. 3-1, exactly where we thought we would be. Once you saw this 53-man roster and the way we played those first 3 games, we are exactly right where we want to be. The Eagles are going to underestimate us, and we're going to slaughter them next week. They're not looking for this, man. They're not expecting this smoke. We're bringing the whole kitchen. You know what I'm saying? We're bringing the whole kitchen to that game. That's what we're bringing. We're not just bringing some burgers. We're not just bringing some hot dogs. Nah. This is a bigger and badder team than what you saw before. So if anybody has the right to say this is not the former team that it was, it would be us. Point blank, it would be us. And you heard that type of a comment coming from the Jets? Please. Please. We're the ones that need to be saying that comment. But you know, our guys are too humble for that. Our guys are too humble for that, and that's a great value. That's a great culture to have in your locker room. To have a bunch of humble guys, and we're sitting here at 3-1 saying, okay, yeah, y'all come into our house. See what happens to you. See what happens to you. Yeah. I can't guarantee you're going to be left. I can't guarantee you're going to leave smiling. But, you know, we'll welcome you in. We'll give you some KFC. We'll give you some Bojangles biscuits. You know, we'll get you all warm and comfy. And then, boom! That's what we're going to do. That's what we do in Boa, baby. This year. That's how we get to 10 wins. Y'all want to believe that? Give me a keep pounding if you believe that, man. I believe that. I believe it's coming. I don't just believe it. I know it's coming. I know it's coming. Because if we put up 28 points against the Dallas Cowboys, and we did all of that damage to the Cowboys, we're ready. We're ready for a playoff wildcard run. It's happening. And next year, it's going to be a deep playoff run. Once we're able to keep all these people on a cheap budget, you know, pay Jeremy Chan, pay a couple of these guys, man, keep everybody here, and we're rocking and rolling and building on what we did this year. Next year, couple more pieces, complete that Legion of Boom 2.0. Watch what happens. And there were some people out there saying, oh, well, the rebuild is going to suck. The rebuild is going to suck. Y'all ain't going to do nothing with the rebuild. This, that, and the other. Look at this record right now. Look at this team right now. Does this look like nothing? Does this team look like nothing to you? We milked out 28 points from our offense. And I think that's even without CMC. Once we get CMC in there and Shi Smith, that's 35 points easily. That's 35 points easily from this offense, using all the tools and all the weapons that we got. And now we got that little check down pass going over the middle, too. That's an extra tool in our tool belt. So I see, come on, man. Come on, Eagles. Come on. Keep sleeping on us. Keep acting like we ain't nothing. Keep not taking our record seriously. See what happens to you. This Panthers team is like the Grim Reaper knocking on everybody's door. You know, who's next? And I'm not even worried about this Dallas loss. That was projected. We are right on target for 10. I'm not even worried, man. I'm taking this one in stride. Because, you know what? We learn more about this game, this team in this game, than we have learned all season. And we're going to take that knowledge and we're going to apply it going forward. And the next major team that comes up against us is New England, who is currently battling Tampa Bay right now. And I'm going to check in on that one more time. Let's see what's going on there. You still got a 7-3 game right there. Still a 7-3 game. Is it possible that Tampa Bay loses again? Probably. You never know, though. Any given week. It sure would help us, I'll tell you that much. The Saints? People are worried about the Saints now? Oh, we beat up on them. Ain't nobody worried about the Saints right now. We beat up on them, man. Nobody worried about them at all. Look at this. 27-21. Giants beat them in overtime. Y'all worried about the Saints? Sneaking up on us? Nah. We got this. We got this. Falcons are trash. Saints are trash this year. We have locked in a battle between us and the Bucks for first. That's basically what we did by going 3-1. And I know people are going to say this. Oh, I'm not worried about Buffalo. But look at this. 40-0 over Houston. 40-0. Do y'all see the destructive power of Buffalo now? Do y'all see why I'm not sure what's going to happen in that game? Y'all saw what we did to Houston. Look upon it. That's all I'm going to say. That's going to be a titanic battle if we keep going the way we are on this path. We are going to go blow for blow against Buffalo in December. I hope we're ready. This whole season, all these teams that we're battling right now prepare us for that game. And if we can hold our own against Buffalo, we're ready for Tampa Bay. We're ready for Brady. Do y'all see what I'm saying now? If we can put up a respective score against Buffalo, we don't have to win. Just put up a respective score. And play well against Buffalo. We're ready for the Bucs. And we're ready for that first place battle. We don't have to take the win in Buffalo. We don't have to. We got that safety net that we acquired by beating the Saints. You know, we got that safety net of we can beat the Eagles, we can beat the Vikings. Even if we drop one, we still got that 10-win radar right now. And I still view the Vikings as a trap game, and here's why. Look at this. Cincinnati Bengals barely beat them 27-24. They almost fell into that trap. Now do y'all see why I say that's a trap game? Beware the Vikes. Don't fall into the trap, and we win. And it's not their offense that's the trap. It's their defense that's the trap. If we get our offense going and we use all our weapons in that Vikings game, that's 2 wins. That's 5-1, ladies and gentlemen. 5-1. That should be a terrifying thought if you're the Giants coming up in week 7. Because you know you're about to get slaughtered in New York. It's about to be a murder in New York. And we ain't even about to hide the body neither. we We're not even about to hide the body. It's gonna be that bad. Golly. And then the Falcons after that? Come on, dog. That makes us 7-1 going into New England. Am I terrified of Mac Jones right now? Nope. That's a winnable game too. It's that New England defense that concerns me though. Look at that defensive battle right here. 7-6 against Tampa Bay. Take it seriously, folks. It's a massive game right here. This defense is shutting down Tom Brady. For how long? I don't know. But the fact that they've gone an entire half and Brady's only put up 2 field goals should concern you. That's what we got coming. That defense is what we have coming at us in week 9. And if we are not prepared for that, that's going to be a low-scoring affair. We got to get our offense going at full capacity in these next few weeks before we hit week 9. And I think we can do it. I think we've been averaging 24 points a game. Now we just hit 28. And we just milked every bit of the offense that we had against the Cowboys into points. I think it's possible. So Washington doesn't scare me. Atlanta doesn't scare me. None of these teams really scare me down the road, except for Buffalo. Buffalo scares me. That's a team that we should be wary of. That team is fully weaponized right now and ready. You see it, 40 points on the board. You see it right in front of you. Now there might be some holes in that Buffalo defense. That's what we need to look for around that time of year. But right now, one game at a time. Let's take it one game at a time. Let's get our win against the Eagles. Go 1-0 that week. Then we take on the Vikings and we go 1-0 that week. And we just keep piling them on. End of the year, we get 10 wins. We're sitting in playoff wildcard battles. And depending on what happens with the Bucs, we're going to keep an eye on the Bucs. Because the Rams just exposed the Bucs. So, there's a crack in the door, man. It's possible. Ooh, 4th and 2. Are they going to try another field goal? Yeah, let's keep an eye on this. Let's actually gamecast this, man. I want to watch this. I want to see what's going on here. You're telling me they held Tom Brady to only 2 field goals in a half? Belichick must be working some magic right now. Oh, that's a punt. That's a punt. Oh my goodness. Well, well, well. So let's kind of track Tom Brady here. Thus far, he's gone 15 for 29, 182 yards. Leonard's only gone 11 catches for 11 carries for 62 yards. Mike Evans has 5 catches for 55 yards and has not caught one since the first half. So, what's going on here with Tom Brady's offense? Did the Rams finally figure it out? They would be one of the few teams to actually figure it out. I'm impressed. Of course, we're one of them too. You know, when we beat the Pats in 15, we figured them out. But, you know, that's kind of crazy, man. All right, I'll tell you what. Who here wants to watch the game and stop hearing me yap? Who here wants to head out of here and watch the game and chill out instead of listening to me yak forever and just repeat the same stuff over and over? Because that's what I feel like I'm starting to do 5 hours into the stream. You know what I mean? I'm excited though. This is really interesting. We've got Buffalo leading the division by 2 games. Look at this. I mean, it's a clear lead. Maybe McDermott did know what he was doing when he went up to Buffalo. He was just biding his time. Building up his team, biding his time, just waiting. That man's smarter than we gave him credit for. At the time, I thought he was ridiculously foolish. You don't go up to Buffalo and think you're going to win with Tom Brady and Gronk up there and the New England Patriots. But now I'm starting to see the wisdom in it. I don't know how, or did he know? Did he know that Tom Brady and Gronk were going to come down to Tampa? If he did know, that's amazing. I doubt he knew. I highly doubt he knew. I guess he just expected them both to retire, but they never did. Hmm. Ball on the New England 12. That's a punt, ladies and gentlemen. Yikes. 3 plays and they're going backwards. That ain't good. That's not what you want to see. But let's see how long this Patriots defense shuts down Tom Brady for. That's what I'm curious to see. Because that'll tell us exactly how dangerous New England's defense really is. And how well we should prepare for them. we're used to Tom Brady having slow starts, and I'll kind of show you what I mean there. Box score. I'll kind of show you what I'm talking about here with Tom Brady's slow starts. Because when you look at the box scores of these games, I'll show you. See, look at this. He gets 7 in the first quarter, and then he starts lighting it up. 14, 7, 3, and that was against Dallas. So you saw what they did to Dallas, 31-29. That's what we're doing with here with Tampa Bay. But look at the 25 points they gave up to the Falcons. And the Rams saw that and they said, ooh, I want a piece of this action. You know, there's a crack in the system. But again, you're seeing another game where Tom Brady only gets 7 to start out, and then he gets 14, and then he starts lighting it up. All right, so then the Rams expose him. And in this particular game, Tampa goes goose egg in the first quarter, 7 in the second quarter, and then he starts lighting it up in the third. But it's just too late. It's too late. So even though they still put up a respectable 24. All right, so a comment from Vietnam 26. If Carolina does not address this O-line with the draft and top-tier free agents, then something is wrong. And everybody wanted us to draft Fields. We should have spent the first 3 picks on the O-line. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's look at this line. Let me tell you something. Look at how many blitzes Dallas sent at us in that game. And the O-line withstood every single one of them. How many sacks did we have in that game? 1. How many quarterback hits did they have? Well, let's find out, shall we? We're looking at the stats right now. Let's find out. For the Dallas Cowboys, quarterback hits, 11. Yeah, they got 11. But 5 of those sacks came from a blitz. 4 of those 5 came from a blitz. The last one was because Cameron Irving let go of his block. Now, I don't know what game you were watching when it came to this offensive line, but I was watching that O-line very, very closely. And I only saw 1 sack given up by our O-line. 4 of them by the blitz. Now let's pick this apart even further. 2 of those sacks should not have even happened. Because I'm going to say 3 of those 4. Because we should have been checking that ball down to a running back. Like we did in the start of the fourth quarter. Did you notice how many sacks we had in the fourth quarter? None. You know why? Because we checked it down. Now I'm going to show you exactly what I'm talking about here. I'm going to debunk this real quick. All right. Here's first quarter. Here's second quarter. Here's third quarter. And here's fourth. All right. Now, how many sacks do you see? No huddle, shotgun. No huddle, shotgun. No huddle, shotgun. Touchdown. Do you see a sack there? No, because we checked it down. We get the ball again. No huddle, shotgun. Shotgun, 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 shotgun. How many sacks do you see in this list right here? None. You want to know why? Because we checked it down. Ladies and gentlemen, I scouted this even before kickoff. I found this weakness before kickoff even started. And I'm surprised that Joe Brady took that long to figure it out. It took him all of the third quarter to figure it out. 2 interceptions, 3 sacks should not have happened if we had just checked down the ball to Royce Freeman. It's that simple. It is literally that simple. There is no need to overcomplicate this. It is that simple. If we had checked that ball down, the number of times that we should have been checking that down when we saw 7 or 8 in the box, that 4 for 13 would look more like 7 for 13. Wouldn't it? And we'd have 7 more on the board, wouldn't we? Or at least 3 in that quarter. I'm going to say 3 because we've had trouble scoring in the third quarter. But I appreciate your comment, though. But, yeah, debunked. Now, we don't need to go after Fields. That doesn't need to happen. I never agreed with going after Fields. At all. I was looking at the Oregon offensive tackle that Detroit stole from us. So was everybody else. So if you want to ignore the fact that we did not address the O-line, let's get into that, shall we? Deontay Brown, Brady Christensen. You know, we got Cameron Irving. I'm happy with Dennis Daly. I'm happy with Matt Paradis. I'm happy with John Miller. I'm happy with Taylor Moton. Cameron Irving is kind of a question mark still for me. But, you know, I'm not. He didn't get exposed. I was the first one to tell you that I thought he might get exposed. Nobody else would say that on any other YouTube channel, any other page, nowhere. I was the first one to say it. And how many times did he actually give up a sack today? Just once. So he actually proved me wrong. That doesn't happen very often when it comes to the offensive line. So, props to Cameron Irving. You know, please give this man some love and respect that he's due. Please give this offensive line some respect that they are actually due after today. I mean, yeah, that pocket looked a little tight. But Sam, Statue Sam, man. Statue Sam, man. He was out there just throwing some slingers, man. He was throwing some darts. He got over 300 yards passing today. Despite those blitzes. So, no, I don't think we need to address the O-line right now. I think we do need to draft a left tackle, probably first round. I would lean more towards a linebacker at this point. Linebacker looks good to me. First round. There's still going to be some good tackles and some good guards second and third round. But oh wait, we used our third round and we downgraded to a fifth because we got CJ Henderson. Now, Henderson did give up a touchdown today, but look at what's available in the second round. Look at what was there in the second round this past year. All of those tackles, all of those guards were still there. All those good ones that were B grades were still there. Scott Fitter said, no. We want Deontay Brown. We want Brady Christensen. Bravo, Scott Fitter. Bravo. Did you see what we got? We got what we wanted. We got what we needed, more importantly. And I'm going to tell you, I want to know how much Cameron Irving and Trent Scott are rotating around. I want to know that. I want to see the playtime percentages on that. Once I see that, I'll understand what the heck we're doing with on that, in that area. But beyond that, I had people complaining, saying some stuff about Paradis. Paradis made a absolutely crucial block on a blitz today. So props to him too. The old offensive line would have given up at least 3 more sacks. At least 3 more. And our offensive lineman would be hurt. But no, this offensive line was rigid. It was strong. It was tough. I don't see any issues right now that we really, really need to deal with. And that's me scouting this line. That's me saying that. That's not the management saying that. That's me saying that. There's a difference. Because me and the management have often had differences about how to handle things. Often. Up until probably 14, 15, and I want to say 2020 and this year. Realistically, I've had made different levels. So, but when we agree, good things happen. It's either a really good thing or a really bad thing. And 90% of the time, it's a really good thing. Because I'm not going to agree with the management unless they're calling out a player. That's the 10%. And I call out all the positive players. And I only call out a few weaknesses. That's when good things happen. So, should have spent the first 3 picks on the O-line. Listen, man. Fitterer was trying to build this nasty defense. How do you think he built this defense? He didn't build it by just using the draft picks as is. This man took risks. He gambled. And he won. This man understood the risks of trading down as many times as he did. He understood how to play the draft board to get exactly what he wanted. And we filled every single spot on our roster of needs. Every single one of them. Look at all the extra picks that we had. It was beautiful. But if you want to complain about what we didn't get in the first round, What? Maybe this dude missed some stuff, man. I think this dude missed my streams on the NFL draft this year. So I'm going to go through this quickly one more time. Because I know people missed this. So I'm going to do this one more time, folks. One more time. And then that's it. Unless you ask me to do it again. You got to specifically ask me to do it again after this. Because I've explained this about 15 times now. Alright, so let's go. Jaguars got Trevor Lawrence. Everybody expected that. Jets got the wrong quarterback, Zach Wilson. Everybody expected that. Niners pulled a 180. Here's where the problem started, right here. Trey Lance goes to San Francisco. That screwed up everybody on down to 15. Falcons got Kyle Pitts. It didn't screw them up. Bengals got Jamar Chase. That's the best wide receiver out there. It didn't screw them up. Dolphins were forced to go with wide receiver number 2 on the board, Jalen Waddle. That didn't screw them up. Here's where we got screwed. Penei Sewell goes to the Lions, a pick right before us. So if you want to complain about what we didn't get in the first round, look no further than Detroit. So guess what we had to pick up as our second choice on the board? We had Sewell as our first one. You can go and look at the Camp Confidential videos. I can guarantee you they're going to tell you that same thing. Those draft videos, go look those up. They'll tell you the same thing while I'm telling you right now. I already knew this, and I didn't even have to watch those videos. I already knew Sewell was our first choice. I didn't even have to guess that. So Sewell goes to the Lions. They stole him from us. So our second pick was J.C. Horn. Obviously, we're going to have an injury on the defense. Of course, it's going to be either Horn, Jeremy Chin, or Brian Burns. One of the three is going to happen around week 3. Sure enough, it happened. I had that gut feeling it was going to happen. First round pick, of course. Always happens to us. For some reason. I don't know why. Injury bug, you name it. I don't know. So that forced the Denver Broncos to go Patrick Surtain. Horn and Patrick Surtain. Who do you think I was looking at more throughout the draft boards? I was looking at Surtain one night. Everybody that was around for those streams and watched those streams knows this. I pretty much use Patrick Surtain in most of my mock drafts. So the Eagles decided to go Devontae Smith because that's the third best wide receiver on the board. Now you see pick 11. This is where Justin Fields gets picked up because guess what? He's been overhyped. Ladies and gentlemen, he's been overhyped. It happens every year. Every year. Name a quarterback that has not been overhyped in the first round of every draft board. Name one that hasn't in the top 3. And Justin Fields is a part of that 3. So the Bears trade up out of nowhere, stealing one from Dave Gettleman and the Giants. Who knows what the Giants would have picked up? Who knows? Dave Gettleman is a master at screwing up the draft to the point where this first round would have gone even wackier if he had had his pick. I guarantee that. But it would not have been Justin Fields, I know that. So, all the way down to the Cowboys. Cowboys had to go Micah Parsons, the linebacker from Penn State. They wanted a corner. Every mock draft out there had them taking Patrick Surtain. Just about every one of them. But, here's the thing. He went way higher than they thought he would. This is why you don't pay attention to the mocks and you focus on what the team needs. And if you don't, you're going to get screwed. But of course, there's always that team, like the 49ers, that decides, oh, I'm going to screw up the entire first draft because, I can. And screw it up for everybody. Freaking 49ers. I swear. New England got Mac Jones. Belichick was eyeballing Mac Jones the entire time. You know he was. Come on. Be real. Alright, so the Patriots now have a 14-13 lead over the Buccaneers. I just want to give you guys that update. Thank you, LD. Appreciate it, man. Alright, now, I want to go all the way down here. This is what I want to do. This is the man I want everybody to pay attention to. Greg Rousseau. The Buffalo Bills edge rusher from Miami. And if you guys paid any attention to this dude's highlight tapes, boy, oh boy. And I showed some of it on stream on Facebook. Y'all already know this if you were watching some of the older streams from around that time. Hey, not a problem, LD. I appreciate you, man. Appreciate the updates. That's an important game right now. So, yeah. Look how low Gregory Rousseau ended up in the first round. He was supposed to be a second round. What you doing with a 6'7", 266-pound defensive end here? This dude's a monster. He had a 6.30 prospect grade. Will be a starter within the first 2 seasons. That's how they grade. Look at the list of strengths. Look how long this list is right here. Now do y'all see why I wanted this dude? Look at all this. Long and rangy, perched along the edge, jarring production for only a season of work. Unusual feat for hand-to-hand battles is recent convert from receiver. Keeps eyes steadied into backfield throughout rep. Ability to escape blocks and establish positioning. You need that in the NFL. Stays active in working blocker's edge. Can spill and chase effectively against the run. Motor and effort are usually strong. Two-handed swipe is concise and accurate. Are y'all seeing this, man? This is what I'm talking about with this dude, man. This is what he brings to the Bills. This is why I wanted him. This dude's a monster. And when you're talking about the tackle from Oregon, that we could not get because the Lions decided, oh, we're going to take it from you. Little thieves. And then they turned down our offer for Matthew Stafford, which I don't blame them for. You know, when the Rams offer a house full of first rounders, why not? You know? But, you want to come in here and say that we need to address the offensive line. We literally just did, bro. Deontay Brown is a solid guard. This man was rock solid for Alabama. And he was on my draft board many times over. I had him in many mock drafts. Brady Christensen, too. So, please tell me again how we need to fix this line. Where? Where, Vietnam? I'm not seeing it, bro. I'm not seeing a weakness. I'm not seeing it, bro. But yeah, y'all wanted to get into all that, man. So, did y'all dig the game? What do you mean by that, APJ? Just beat Tennessee, Washington barely beat Atlanta. Yeah. In what parallel universe does both New York teams win in the same week? That's another baffling mystery of this year. Like, are we? This is so weird, man. Is Haley's Comet going to come across our Earth again? Are we in the Twilight Zone? What is this? Honestly, I don't get it, man. That's so weird. Saints are in trouble, man. We're not. We got second place locked up. We got it. We get 10 wins. We got second place locked up easy. And we are right on pace for it. So, let's check in on this Bucs game one more time here. We're starting out the fourth quarter. We got a 3rd and 6. Tom Brady here. That's a first down. Yep, not a surprise. Now Tom Brady starts to turn it on. He's 18 for 34 so far. 209 yards. Still does not have a touchdown. That one touchdown you saw from Tampa Bay did not come from him. That's interesting, isn't it? It came from Ronald Jones, the running back, who has 5 carries and 24 yards. And the fact that Brady has not put any points up on the board and it's still 12 minutes left in the game. I don't like that. I don't like that. Week 9 against that Pats defense. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. So, Bucks used the timeout. That's interesting. Yeah, I was watching that Bucks and Rams game, and I was kind of curious about the timeout usage by Bruce Arians. I thought it was curious. You know, you never saw Tom Brady call timeouts, but you saw Bruce call the timeouts. And it was usually to cover up for a player or handle a certain situation. So you can't really blame him too much, but it was just a curious situation, Um, but yeah, I figured I was gonna get like a comment like that though. I figured I would, and that's okay. You know, I'm more than happy to dissect some of those comments and talk to y'all, man. And I don't mean to sound like I'm too overly aggressive towards you. I'm just talking football. You know, that's all it is. That's all it is. You know, I got you. I respect your opinion. It's not necessarily true, but I still respect it nonetheless. And you're right to have it. So anybody that comes in here, feel free to express your opinions. For real. I'll definitely have conversations with y'all, man. I don't mind it. Uh, so we're kind of tracking this Tampa Bay drive here. 2nd and 6. And I don't exactly have a TV in my room, so I can't watch this live. But I'm kind of keeping an eye on this drive through Gamecast here, just to see what's going on. Whoa, Leonard Fournette just had a huge run. Yo, I wonder what that means for my fantasy points, because I did pick up Leonard Fournette. That could look good. I do kind of need Brady to do well. That's the thing. I have him starting. Just because I don't like Brady doesn't mean I won't draft him and start him on my fantasy team. I just need y'all to know that. I want to win. Point blank, I want to win. In whatever way that means for fantasy football. As long as it's clean and as long as it's professional, man, I just want to win. I don't care what players I got to go for. Even if I got to go for Gronk, I'll go for Gronk. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not afraid to do that. I'm not afraid to be aggressive. That's Mike Evans. Okay. 3rd and 9. Are they about to hold him to another field goal? Are you serious, bro? I'm kind of conflicted here because I want to see the Bucks lose, but I do need Tom Brady to do well for fantasy reasons. So I'm kind of conflicted here. Plus I absolutely can't stand Tom Brady, so like I don't know what to do here. I don't know who to root for here. Like I'm starting to regret starting Tom Brady now. I've really started to regret that. And I sat Robbie Anderson today, too, by the way. Because I thought, Robbie's not going to do much. We're having trouble getting this man involved in the offense. There's no way he's going to get... Nah, come on. Come on. Believe what you want to believe, but, we got him 5 catches. The same amount that he got in the last 3 games. And I thought, there's no way. There's going to be a lot of salty fantasy owners that wish they played him. I want to check his fantasy points after I get through streaming, but I would say they're pretty decent. 3rd and goal. Okay, Pats D. Do we have a reason to be concerned? This is it right here. If we have a reason to be concerned, it'll show up right here. If Tom Brady does not get this touchdown, and the Pats corners are that good, it'll show up. Let's see it. 8-yard one. I need it. Yes! That's the number we like to see. 4th and goal, baby. Yes, sir. Oh, that's beautiful right there. That's a beautiful number. Come on. I don't care if it's the Pats that beats Tom Brady. I'm just happy to see Tom Brady and these Bucs not get a dub because that helps us. Oh, yes. How many of y'all were nervous about suck up right there? Not making a kick and just getting kind of excited. how many of y'all were getting excited right there? I know I was starting to get a little antsy. It's kind of a chip shot, but you missed one earlier. You never know. All right, a lot can happen in 8 minutes. Obviously, I'm not going to stay on stream for too much longer here because it is getting late. But, and I do need to get a video out. I might be willing to go a little further. If you guys want me to gamecast this game, let me know. You guys want me to go 6.5 hour stream? I'll do it. You guys want. This game is that important. I'd be more than happy to do it. We pretty much covered everything that we're going to cover, so, I mean, right now the focus is this game. And what's going on here. So, it's up to y'all. What would you like to see us do? What would y'all like to see me do? We can talk about other teams, other players in between, whatever y'all want me to do. I'm cool with it. My voice is just fine and ready to go for another half hour. It's up to y'all. Y'all got about 5 minutes to decide. All right, so brother, if you want to. All right. All right, bet. Let's do it. LD's game. Who's checking out my YouTube stream right now and wants me to go another half hour? And kind of game cast this game right here. What y'all feeling right now? LD Gibson's up for it. I want to know what y'all are feeling. You got 5 minutes. Let me know. I am 100% game to go another 30 minutes and just game cast this. Because this game is just that important. That we need to know what's going on here. Alright, so thus far we got 20 for 39, 250 yards for Brady. We got 18 carries for 86 yards for Leonard Fournette. We got Mike Evans with 6 catches for 64. Aguilar has been shut down to about 1 carry for 4 yards. That's all the rushing that New England has done. So Tampa Bay's defense has made them one-dimensional. How is that going to play out? Well, it's obviously taken 2 touchdowns off the board from New England. So, that they normally would have gotten. So you'd be seeing about 28 points from New England about right now. If they were not facing Tom Brady and that Bucs defense. You know, and if that rushing game was going the way it normally goes. I would venture to say 21 offense going. It's like a... Yeah, it's like the little engine that could. Oh my goodness. 7 catches for 63 yards. Mr. Myers. Look at this. Uh-oh. Here we go. Here we go. 7 minutes left. Come on, Pats. Do us proud. Help us out here, man. I seriously need to see that Pats win right now. I need to see it. Oh, yeah. Aguilar in the house with 3 catches for 55 yards. Oh, my goodness. Let's go. Come on. First and goal. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What are we about to see? What are we about to see, folks? Y'all want to make some predictions in chat? I'm excited right now. Who do you think's going to get the touchdown if they do get one? Who do you think's getting it? Throw it in chat. Who do you think's getting it? Dude, I'm invested in this one. I'm invested in this game. I'm bought and sold into this game right now. Mm-mm. 5.5 left. Oh, come on, man. 3rd and goal. Come on. Come on, Mac. Don't disappoint us now. These people came here for a show, man. Don't disappoint us. Come on. Come on. I need a touchdown. I need a touchdown. 3 ain't gonna cut it against Brady. With 5.5 left. I need to see 7. Come on. Come on, Mac. Dang it. All right. Field goal it is. All right. They're putting a lot of trust into that New England defense, man. They're putting a lot of trust in that defense. This is gutsy, man. Because we all know what Brady's capable of. That takes some spine to make a call like that. And Belichick's got that spine. Make no mistake about it. He knows full well what Brady can do and what he can't do. Maybe he knows something we don't. Could this be for a very strategic reason? We got 4.5 minutes left. He must really believe in this defense that much. That sends a scary message right there. To any team still on the Pats schedule. Watch out for this defense. This is what this is doing right now. Oh, I want this Pats win. I want it almost as bad as I wanted that win over the Cowboys today. We just couldn't get that win over the Cowboys, so this will be the silver lining right here. I think it's possible. Can you imagine a 2-2 Bucks team and a 2-2 Pats team? Bruh, that's a win-win-win-win right there. On all accounts. The only way that doesn't help us is that Patriots defense. Because everything the Pats defense is doing right now is showing up on tape when we play the Bucks. And it's also showing up on tape what the Pats offense is not doing. Keep an eye on that. So, if the Pats pull this off, man, this game tape will be extremely valuable and useful to us for both games. Now, it's going to be 2 totally different teams by the end of this, but you know what I mean? By the time we play them. But that's what the NFL is. It's ever changing every week. So what we see in this game tape may not be there in week 9. We might be able to exploit that Pats defense. You never know. We got a few weeks. But any weaknesses there are, Tom Brady will find them. And if those weaknesses are still there in 3 weeks, boom, we'll know exactly what to hit by looking at this game tape. Okay, 4.5 minutes left. Uh-oh. Leonard Fournette. Pass interference. Are you kidding me? Here we go again. Tom Brady getting those freebies from the reffing crew. Now watch this. It's inside of 5 minutes. He's going to get a ton of those. That's just how it works. I'm not trying to say that Tom Brady's trying to buy off these refs so they can buy a new yacht or something, but, I'm just saying. He gets a lot of shady calls that go his direction. And they all pile up within that last 5 minutes of a close game. I know y'all have noticed this. Come on now. Another penalty, huh? Why am I not surprised? Oh, it's on the Bucks this time. Would you look at that? They actually got Mike Evans for offensive pass interference? You mean he can't cheat his way to a first down this time? I love it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think we got a fair roughing crew right here. Let's see what happens. Well, well, well. Now, how's this going to go when you don't have the refs on your side, Tom Brady? This game goes a totally different direction now, doesn't it? What you going to do now? 3rd and 6. He's going to convert this. Come on. It's Brady. I know they got some kind of weird play in their back pocket for the situation just like this. I know they do. Mmm. 3rd and 6. Come on, Pats. We need to stop. Bucks still have 2 timeouts, by the way. I don't like that either. So let's see where this goes, huh? There might be a slight delay with this game cast, but I'm gonna try to keep up with it as best I can. Yep, first down. There it is. Antonio Brown. I knew it. I knew he had a play in his back pocket. Shotgun pass. Yep. For 8 yards. Okay. Come on, Pats D. Step up. 3 minutes on that clock. Three minutes on that clock, baby. Come on. Okay. That's a setup play. That 2-yarder is a setup. What's he setting up for? Deep pass. going to be a deep pass. Yep, Pats just took a timeout. Smart move. Smart move, man, too well. He knows when he's gearing up for a deep pass. He knows it. Oh, Bill ain't putting up with that garbage. Come on, man. Yup, I called it. Look at that, 3rd and 8. I've been watching Brady for too long. I know exactly when he's winding up. All right, now he's going to try probably a pass to Angor. Not Angor, but Antonio Brown. He's going to try to hit Antonio Brown probably on an out route or something like that to try to preserve the clock. Third and 6. Yep, that's that Pat's second timeout. Smart. 2:07 left. Preserve that clock, baby. I have always respected Bill Belichick's use of timeouts. He just knows when to use them and when not to. You know? And he is not afraid to let his players take penalties. That's one thing, you know? You watch all these coaches, and Bill Belichick just sits there and just goes, nah, I'm going to let you learn from this. The only time he'll use a timeout late game is when he is trying to get in the head of the opponent. 4th and 8, baby. Let's go. Okay, Pats. Come on. What's up, Corey McKinney? How you doing, man? We're just game casting this Buccaneers and Patriots game. The last 2 minutes of it. So, we've pretty much done all of our dissecting from the game, and we appreciate you coming in, man, and hanging out with us. We pretty much covered everything we need to cover, so we're just totally focused on this game right now and what's going on with Tampa Bay. So stick around, hang out with us, man. We'd love to have you. Oh, man, 2-point game. 2-point game. And Bill Belichick still has a timeout left with 2 minutes left. Oh, this 100% favors him. Old Tom Brady's sitting on the bench like, uh-oh. It's like, I know what this means. The way that last Patriots drive went, uh-oh. Those two know each other too well. It's really interesting watching how this all goes down. I'm just going to kind of follow the stats here. Brady is now 22 for 43, 269 yards. With no touchdowns still. No touchdowns. Leonard Fournette, 20 carries, 91 yards. Still no touchdowns from him either. Mike Evans, 7 catches, 75 yards. No touchdowns. Look at this, man. Mac Jones is playing a heck of a game. 28 for 35, 252 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. Aguilar, 1 carry for 4 yards. So the Pats aren't even using the rushing game. This is a totally passing game. And Myers 7 catches for 63 yards for New England is their leading receiver. So let's see what goes on here, man. All they need to do is get them field goal to win it, man. That's all they need. Oh, man. Can you imagine if the Bucks go 2-2 and we still hold on to that division? Do you know how many very angry Buccaneers fans are going to be out there this week? Do you know how many? Oh my God. They're going to be fuming. Knowing that we almost beat Dallas and they choke against the Pats. Can you imagine? Oh, that's going to be a good feeling. That's going to be a good feeling right there. All right, Pats, I need to see it. Come on. Milk that clock. And you know what's fun about this is Belichick's got a whole playbook full of these time-consuming plays. Short yardage, time-consuming plays that are game management. Clock management plays. I guarantee you. Tom Brady took like 3/4 of them with him. But Belichick was still coming up with some himself. With those offensive coordinators he is. Alright, here we go. Ball in the New England 25. Let's go. Let's go, Pats. Yes, sir. That's what we need to see. Hunter Henry. What's the range? What's the range on this kicker? That's what I need to know. What's the range? Let's see. We are dealing with who's your kicker? Nick Folk? Okay. What's Nick Folk's range? That's what we need to know. Play-by-play. Gamecast. There we go. I want y'all to be able to see this, man. LD says I would say at least 40 or a little over maybe. Okay. Easy. Okay, with 1:53, I'm thinking touchdown. With some one timeout left. In this area of the field? Uh-oh. False start. Okay. False start. We're back to midfield. That's okay. The problem is that stops the clock, though. You kind of want that clock to keep running a little bit. Because you're that close to field goal range, you kind of want that clock to run a little bit. But you don't want it to run too much. You don't want to give Brady too much time to come back. And I've seen him do it, man. I've seen him do it in under a minute. Dude's a machine. Okay. Brandon Bolden. Nice. First down. Just keep getting first, man. Just keep getting first. Just keep getting first. That's all you need. That's all you need, baby. You get to that 20-yard line, you are safe. Almost field goal range, baby. Oh, it's an incomplete. Okay, clock stops. Clock stops. We got a minute 11. Come on. Welcome on in if you're just joining in. We're just checking out the last of this Buccaneers and Patriots game. We're watching. We've gone through pretty much everything, dissecting games, box scores, and everything else. So we're just 100% focused on this game right now. So if you were watching it on TV and coming into the stream, welcome on in. You know, do whatever makes you happy, man. We're going to celebrate together. If the Pats pull this off, we're all going to celebrate together. Yes! Let's go! Almost there. Oh, I can taste this win, man. I can taste it. This is the silver lining. This is what we couldn't get today. Minute left. Bill Belichick still got a timeout in his back pocket. Oh, yes. You know that man's not going to use it unless he has to. 4th and 3. Okay. Can Nick Folk make it from here? Can he make it? That's 37-yard line. Belichick's got to decide here, man. Come on. No! Oh! Oh! God, I wanted that. I wanted that so bad. Dang it. Man. Good try, Nick. Yeah, that's victory formation. Bucks win. All right. So that means we got a tie for first now. Ladies and gents. How about that one? I bet you if you talk to a Bucks fan right now and they thought, and they predicted a tie for first at this point in the season, they would laugh at you. They would be very, very surprised, and they would laugh at you. But here we are. We're both 2-2 now. I mean, we're both 3-1. We're both 3-1 now, man. How about that? How about that? Bucks are just a little better, man, but the fact that it took the entire game and the Patriots only gave up 19 points against Tom Brady. 22 for 43, 269 yards, 0 touchdowns. There's a goose egg there. That's the first time I've ever seen that. I don't know what to think about this right now. He even had a touchdown against the Rams. What's going on here? I don't think this is his last dance, but I'm telling you, they squeaked that one out. If the Pats defense did that to Tom Brady, we have legitimate cause to be concerned. We have very legitimate cause to be concerned. All right, I'm going to check out this Pats team real quick. Let's see what they did this year. Okay, they lost 17-16 to the Dolphins. That was when Tua was there. They beat the Jets 25-6, not a surprise. Beat the Saints, not a surprise. This team's better than people think they are. That 1-3 record does not accurately represent this team. They're going to beat the Texans next week. And then the Cowboys are going to kind of expose them a little bit. They'll get that win over the Jets. Chargers, hard to say how that one's going to go. That could be pretty even for a while, considering that defense and how strong it is. But I think once that Patriots defense faces that Cowboys offense, it's going to get shredded, just like ours was. How much of it's going to remain, I don't know. But that's a good thing that we see that Cowboys team on that schedule right there. That helps us. Because we played the Cowboys. We know exactly how they're going to match up. We know exactly how we matched up against the Cowboys today. So put 2 and 2 together, on scouting and film. There's so many things that we could pick apart from that film right there. On the 17th. So I would heavily suggest keeping an eye on that game right there. That's going to tell us what we need to do to prepare for these guys in 3 weeks. But right now, we're focused on one game at a time. We'll get there when we get there. Management is going to focus on specifically one game at a time. But we, the fans, can start projecting ahead and start looking at matchups. We can start looking at all sorts of research and stuff like that management can't do during this week. So that's what I'm going to be looking at off stream this week when I have time. I'm going to be dissecting a few things. I'm going to be looking at some game sheets. I'm going to be looking at some box scores, all kinds of stuff this week. And I will try to bring what I learned to the next stream. It's going to be a lot of info. But I do want to focus on the Panthers first in the next stream. That's what I want to do. But we definitely want to start dissecting that defense in about 2 weeks. And let's see what we're dealing with. We're not going to get an accurate idea until we see them play the Cowboys. I got a feeling this game's kind of a fluke. A fluke win for Tom Brady. Considering it is Belichick. And Belichick knows Tom Brady better than Tom Brady knows Tom Brady. So, you know, the man drafted him. Come on. If you think that man's still not doing research and preparing for games like this against Brady, you're crazy. So, I don't think there's a whole lot we can get out of the stat sheet for this one. Because it's Belichick. But that Cowboys game, we can get a whole lot of dirt right there. That's what we want to do in 2 weeks. I'm going to start studying that thing. That specific week. If you guys want me to do like a bonus stream or something where I check it out, I'd be happy to do that. You know, for a couple of hours. I'm down for that. But I just don't want to turn this into like a 5-hour stream or whatever, you know, like we usually do. But yeah, at that point, I don't think, you know, there's not really enough info going out that it would justify a 5-hour stream. But it is what it is. We've been going 4 or 5 hours, so this 6.5-hour stream is kind of unprecedented. But that was a very important game, so I kind of wanted to take a look at it and root on the Pats with you guys. So that was worth it. All right, I got to get a video out after the stream, so is there any player or any team that you guys would like to talk about real quick before I head out? Before we hit midnight on the East Coast? Anything? I'll give you guys a minute or two. There we go. But yeah, I'll give you guys a minute or two. You guys want to throw somebody out in chat? Go for it. Still got to give the Patriots credit. Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. That was so close. Um. Wow, man. We legit came this close to 4-0. 8 points away from 4-0. Wow. That door was open to us, man. The possibilities that came out of that game were open to us. LD says, I just thank you for your time and talking to us, explaining stuff to us, going over stuff with us, and I just really enjoy you, brother. Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. I love this entire community, man. Y'all are awesome. I mean, y'all sticking around with me till almost midnight on the East Coast. I normally don't stream this long. That's loyalty and love right there, man. Man, give yourself some love right now. Come on. I love it, dude. I appreciate y'all so much, man. Y'all are what makes this channel what it is and this page what it is. I would not be able to do what I'm doing without y'all. Point blank, I would not be able to. So, yeah, man. Just keep pounding, man. Exactly. That's all we got to do. That's all we know how to do, bro. That's all we know how to do. That's who we are. You know? Don't let this loss change how we play this game coming up against the Eagles. Don't let this loss change what we do. Don't let this loss affect who we are. We are still the Carolina Panthers, man. We're still the 3-1 Carolina Panthers. And we're still going for a 10-win season. And we are still on track for that 10-win season. Don't ever let anybody tell you different this year. Don't ever let anybody tell you different. Unless I specifically say that we have changed course. And I hope to God I never have to say that this year. Because 10 wins puts us in the wild card. 10 wins puts us in the wild card. I'm telling you. We're right there. All we got to do is be predators and take it. All right, Matt Rule said in a reaction video, I was just watching that, we're never going to tolerate losing. I do have to say this, that it's the NFL, man. You got to take L's somewhere, man. You got to take L's somewhere. You got to learn somewhere, man. It happens. There's only been 2 perfect teams in the NFL, and that's been the Miami Dolphins, and we were almost there too in 15. So, to say you're never going to tolerate losing, I mean, you got to I don't really know what to do with that statement, man. It's the NFL. You gotta take some L's somewhere, man. You gotta learn something. So when we go out there against the Eagles, we've taken what we learned from this Cowboys team in this Cowboys game, and we're applying it. We're gonna start using it. There's so many takeaways from this game. And if we don't apply those things that we just learned, what's the point? Are we just losing for losing's sake? No. This is not the Ron Rivera era. This is the Matt Rule era. It's time to stop settling and start taking our wins. And if we got to take some licks along the way, we got to take some licks. That's how it goes. I told y'all, 10-win season. That means, yes, we lose the rest of them. Shocker. But what do we learn from those L's? That's what's more important than the L's themselves. That's way more important than the L's themselves. Yes, we were this close to being 4-0. I predicted this. Not to worry. Put your troubles aside. This team just showed up today. We did everything that we've been doing the last 3 weeks, and we put it all into one game. Plus, we checked every box except for stopping the running back. Yeah, I said it. We checked every box. except for that one. That's what cost us the L. That's progress. And if we ain't making progress every week, we're doing something wrong. Point blank, we're doing something wrong. Stay hungry, boys. Man, I'm ready, man. I'm ready to... I'm ready for this Eagles team next week. I'm ready. I'm hungry for it. Now that we got this Dallas game out of the way, now we can start relaxing a little bit. And we can start pouncing again. You know what I'm saying? Like, now that we got this hardcore Dallas team out of the way, now we can start being predators again. All the way throughout the rest of our season, up until certain points. So, hopefully, we can keep doing that. Hopefully, we can. I appreciate y'all, man. Thank you so much for watching. And don't forget to like the streams if you like them. If you enjoyed them. If you enjoyed the content. You know, don't be afraid to leave some comments down below. Let me interact with you. I'll chat with you. I'll message you. I'll like it. You know, I'll reply. I reply to everything. I read everything. It might take me a few days, but I do reply to everything. Hey, and share these streams around, man. If you think your friends will enjoy these streams, share them around. Don't be afraid. If you come in here and you're afraid to voice your opinion, don't be, man. Don't be. I love talking to everybody, man. I love talking football with people. I got a passion for this game. You know what I'm saying? All 32 teams fans are welcome here. It's all inclusive. We talk about any player, any team, name it. Even if it throws me off for a few minutes, that's fine. Don't mind at all. I can get back on track, it's fine. So y'all come on in, man. Come on in and enjoy. Relax. Kick back. It's nothing but love up in here, man. Nothing but love. Hey, I appreciate y'all, man. I hope these streams find you happy, healthy, and well. Stay safe. And I'll see you guys in the next stream, man. Let's go. One last time. Keep pounding. I'm out, folks. Hey, real quick, I want to thank Caden McDonald. I want to thank David Screws. I want to thank LD. for being in the Facebook chat. I want to thank a few others that checked out the stream and the Facebook chat. You know who you are. Shout out to you. Shout out to Christopher Kelton. And DK, I want to thank you for coming in here. APJ. And Fayette Mom, 26. Thank you guys for coming into the chat. I appreciate y'all, man. Have a good one. Stay blessed. Stay safe. Peace. Also, thank you to all the new subs, all the new followers as well on Facebook. Thank you so much. Peace, guys.